హలో పవనన్న. హలో అన్న, అర్థం కాలే. హలో హలో. ఓకే ఓకే అన్న. ఓకే డన్. వచ్చిందా వీడియో? లైవ్లో వచ్చింది. ఓకే అన్న, డన్. ఓకే అన్న. అన్న తిన్నారా అన్న?
Welcome back after lunch. May I now request Professor Amit Kapoor to come on stage, please? Do we have Mr. Uttam Prakash? Sir, let's go as per plan. We'll go as per plan. Even if 15 minutes here and there will not, because Germany is not that bad. Yeah. नहीं नहीं सर, आपका भी तो फ्लाइट है ना. Will the session will have Professor Amit Kapoor, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. We are waiting for him. Professor Wolfgang Dressler and Mr. Uttam Prakash. In the absence of Mr. Jani, I'll be introducing the speakers. A little bit about Professor Kapoor. Professor Kapoor is a PhD, is the chair of Social Progress Imperative and Shared Values Initiatives in India. He is an affiliate faculty for microeconomics and competitiveness and value-based healthcare delivery courses of Institute of Strategy and Competitiveness, Harvard Business School, and an instructor with Harvard Business Publishing in the area of strategy, competitiveness, and business models. He is also author of bestsellers Riding the Tiger, which he has co-authored with Wilfred Olber, and The Age of Awakening, the story of Indian economy since independence, published by Penguin Random House. He has worked with Niti Aayog, Indian Prime Minister's think tank, on developing the ease of living index for Indian districts. He has developed assessment framework for municipal performance index and ease of living for Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, that would be used to assess cities within the country. He's also a columnist with the Economic Times and the Business World. In addition, his contributions have been published by the Harvard Business Review, Economic Times, Hindu, Business Insider, Hindu Business Line, Mint, Financial Express, Governance Now, Business Today, and other such reputed publications. In all, he has written about 500 opinion pieces, from publishing academic research, including case studies and articles. He chairs the jury and curates the Porter Prize, in addition to curating events like National Competitiveness Forum, Shared Values Summit, Thinkers 50 India. As for his interest in entrepreneurship, he is a keen investor and has seed-funded enterprises like Metal, Solace, Devtron Labs, etc. So we will start with Professor Kapoor, and then by the time we will also have Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, and we'll take it forward. Floor is yours, sir. Yeah, sure. You can speak from there as well.
Uh, Good afternoon, all of you. So, welcome to the graveyard session. So, this is the worst session to actually start the speaking or at that time or this time. But special recognition to one of my former colleagues from MDI. Thank you. Thanks for recognizing me. I think we met after about 12 years or 13 years today. And a lot of water has flown after that and things. Uh, but today, and the profile that he read was just about 7 or 8 years old, but that's still okay. That's about institutional capacity and state capacity as well. So we start from there. But sorry for pulling your leg. But that is what would be expected of a government of India institution to keep the information stale, as always. But that's fairly interesting. But what I'm going to talk about today is some of the work that I've done, especially on competitiveness and the competitiveness roadmap for India and how we look at the idea of state capacity within that framework and how do we see the various set of issues that have emerged. So this was the competitiveness roadmap for India at 100 that I wrote at the behest of the Honorable Prime Minister. Amitabh Kant and I ended up writing a book on it called The Elephant Moves. Uh, so if you really look at India per se, from a competitiveness perspective, there would always be this story that Himang was talking about in the morning today. Oh, that India is the fourth largest economy. There is this per capita income, etc. But we need to actually remember one thing: that India might be the fourth largest economy in the world from a aggregate point of view, but from a per capita income perspective, we are possibly one of the poorest in the world. From a social progress perspective, we are ranked 92. From what do you call per capita income, we are ranked 130. So that means there is a severe issue that we have to talk about and understand. And why does that happen? Going deeper in terms of those numbers, but of course, before I go deeper in the numbers, there's one very important factor that from a momentum perspective, yes, India does well. India is expected to grow fairly well, continue to grow at about 6.5%, 7%. But now the question that arises is that India is growing at its own momentum or sheer momentum, or is it governmental intervention which has caused the Indian economy to grow? We can tom that India has become a $4 trillion economy, but please remember we have just doubled in the last 9 or 10 years. We were doubling every 9, 10 years anyhow. So we have to dig deeper in terms of understanding what is really happening. And is that growth happening in spite of the government, despite of the government, etc., etc. Having said that, in terms of digging deeper in terms of performance, India is at a very unique, interesting space and point in time. As per capita income of anything between $2,600 to $2,800 that we are talking about, the challenge is as to how Indian states perform. This leads to a very important question in my mind as we were developing this whole competitiveness roadmap. This was something that I did with Michael Porter and Christian Kettles. So when we were doing this, so the important question was that why this spatial difference that actually exists within the country? You have at one end, you have a place like Goa, which is, or Chandigarh, which is possibly the highest per capita income. And then you also have a place like, say, Chitrakoot or Dang, which are possibly at the lower end of the spectrum. Maharashtra as a state has the largest or the highest per capita income in a city or whatever, and it also has the poorest district in the, or the poorest person in the country also is in Maharashtra and Gadchiroli. So these are some important factors that we have to remember and realize. And this is a point where I feel that we need to start talking about brutal, honest truths to ourselves. And the brutal, honest truth is that whether India is performing or not performing, where is it performing? Because, like this is also the age of misinformation. And I think the biggest pain point in our country today is that we are misinformed, or we are not even debating in the right sense of the word, and especially the youth. So there are two set of people I see are misinformed: people under the age of 25 and people over the age of 60. So these are the supremely, and this is to provoke the lady who there, because she'll ask a question and I'll answer you on that point. So I do see your reaction, but that's a provocation point or a provocative point. Uh, uh, having said this, uh, if we just try to understand India a little deeper in terms of what is happening in terms of performance. Let me give you an example. Like I was at Kumbh. This is also an example of state capacity in terms of performance and also underperformance. Like I was there at Kumbh for about 30 days and I was living at the Kumbh to understand. I was documenting. So in fact, a colleague of mine, Richard Dasher, Richard is my colleague at Stanford. So Richard and I were doing this whole effort in terms of understanding what happens at the Kumbh, how the transient city emerges, and so on and so forth. Like it's a great example of how a transient city was actually created, without a doubt. Possibly one of the most amazing examples of how Indian diversity works and how people are able to get together and how India sustains itself as a great melting pot. In fact, I did recently say that, like the only reason that I want to die an Indian is because of the diversity and the love that people have at a place like Kumbh. But there is also a problem there. And the problem is that it also shows the poverty that exists within my country. So, like when we talk about institutional capacity, we always say that there is this whole information, there would be that fiscal capacity, etc. But are we even saying that as to what happens to people and what is the quality of life of people that we are really talking about? So, like in a place like Chitrakoot, which is the next door neighborhood of Ayodhya, the per capita income is appalling 31,000 rupees. That's a dismal performance. And who's responsible for that dismal performance? So that dismal performance that we are really talking about is happening because of failure of the various programs that we can think of or something else. Like at one end, we can always say that, like there are in India is growing at 4 trillion. Let me give you a very interesting statistic on this. The statistic is that in India, there are 760 districts. All of you know that, right? 760, we keep on changing every now and then. In fact, the last state to add 16 districts was just around here itself. So one single overnight shot, we created 16 districts in this country, in this part of the world itself. So we are about 760 plus. But the problem is that the top 100 districts contribute 85% of India's GDP and 87% of India's exports. What does this tell me? This tells me that we are economically dark in 660 districts of this country. Because those 660 districts are just contributing 15% of my GDP. So what and why does this happen? Is it because we have not been able to set the institutional mechanism right? Like there is also this very interesting thing on income disparity that exists. And I've started talking from a poverty-based number. So let me share something from a income distribution number. So let me share something interesting with you. I did this work with the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, Bibek Debroy. I'm sure you must have heard of him. So Bibek and I did this work. So we did this report on income inequality in India. Unfortunately, Bibek Da passed away. So I think one of the most significant works that we did together. Like at what level do you think we breach top 10% of the country? At what income level? And at what income level do we breach top 1% of India? So the shocking statistic was, and I'm talking about today's number. We have updated the numbers. I'm not sharing the numbers from that report, but we breach top 10% at 32,000 rupees per month as your income level. We breach top 1% at 90,000 rupees per month as income. So quite likely, all of you here are already top 10%, and quite likely 90% of you are top 1% of the country. So if somebody like your professor tells you that he's not getting rightly paid, you should say that you're overpaid and your salary should get reduced because you're anyways breaching top 1% quite handsomely. So if you really look at these numbers, these are very, very startling numbers. So why does poverty happen? And why is it that we have not really talked about it? Why is it that we have not been able to create economic activity at certain locations? Why is it that one single district is about 11.83% of India's exports. One single district. There are 5 states which contribute close to about 65 to 70% of India's GDP. Where is it that we have to take that action? Let me talk about skilling itself. So, like Hemang, when he was here, he made a very important, he talked about places like Zomato's or whatever. He did talk about, he used the word Zomato. And I hate that word. I think we should throw that enterprise into the bloody dustbin of history. And I'll give you the reason why. A lot of you would hate me for saying it, but we are worshipping a false hero when we actually celebrate an enterprise like Blinkit or an enterprise like Zomato. Because what does it actually signify? It signifies that there are institutional voids that exist in this country which have to be fulfilled. I have not been able to set things right. My capacity of performing as either a city or a state or whatever is so supremely low. When you talk about Bombay or when you talk about Hyderabad, why do you need Zomato? Because you want to have that convenience of somebody delivering it to you without realizing that you're underpaying that individual, supremely underpaying that individual. 16 rupees for our delivery. It is about labor arbitrage. So do you want to celebrate models of labor arbitrage or you want to celebrate models of real economic significance? So when you talk about states, like when you talk about a place like, say, India, the problem that I see is that government of India today has to do a lot more things, but then it starts celebrating false heroes. Recently, Piyush Goyal, of course, government of India would be a wrong term to say. I think Piyush did say, or Piyush Goyal did mention that these are the wrong set of people to, celebrate. And everybody was shouting at the top of their voice and going berserk. What he was saying is that there is an issue of skilling in the country. And what is the issue of skilling? We have a great skilling program. India has trained close to about 3 billion, and it was talked about here as well. And I'm talking about PLFS data. India has trained close to about 3 crore people through its skilling program. But let me give you some much more interesting set of numbers. Like if I talk about India from skill level 1, 2, 3, and 4, and these are some interesting points. So when you talk about skill level 1, 2, 3, 4, which is from an educational viewpoint, skill level 3 and 4, that is graduates and above, they're just about 11% of this country. 89% of us is skill level 1 and 2. And when you talk about 89% of being skill level 1 and 2, that means I am not, training them right. What is it that we need to do? When you talk about state capacity as well. So, of course, when Prime Minister says that India has to be a developed country, that's an important point, and I totally agree with that India should be a developed nation. And by its sheer inertia, India will eventually get to that $20 trillion, $30 trillion at some point in time. But if we continue to grow at about 7% right now, we should be close to about $16 to $20 trillion by 2047. But will that be the right metric? The right metric will have to be whether I'm able to give quality education to my people, the right skilling to my people, the right healthcare to my people. And what is it that I'm doing to create that capacity right now? Fiscal prudence, yes, great. Information, great. There are other things that you have done, exceptional. We need to do more. When you talk about education itself, 80% of my kids who are passing out from schools are not able to, or who pass out from class 8 are not able to read the text of class 2. 80% if you believe us, sir, and 60% if you want to believe National Assessment Survey. So the governmental data and even the private sector data talk about the same set of things. And why does that happen? Is it that the government is not looking at it? Is it that we don't have the right capacities per se? Is it that we have not trained our officers right? Is it that we have given too much power to whatever? So this leads us to an important set of questions. So these are some broad set of remarks. In fact, as I was coming here, I was writing a few points which I thought I should share with you. You know, like there are, what is it that India is having a deficit of? There was this word deficit that was used earlier in the morning. What is it that we have right now? The deficit is clearly of trust. Trust and competitiveness go hand in hand. If I want my country to be productive, I need to have huge level of trust in my institutions and the people who are there. Let's talk about some numbers. Right now in India, and there is also this point, like a lot of people would say that governmental institutions, there is that capacity, there are people, the IAS officers, etc. You know, the biggest problem is government of India is understaffed today. A lot of us don't have the courage to say it. Government of India is understaffed, without a doubt. There is a shortfall of at least 1,000 IAS officers and so many other positions. Look at the shortfall of teachers that exist. The government of UP has had to close down schools because either there are no students there or there is shortfall of teachers. So what is it that we need to do? And then, of course, and I started with this whole point of brutal, honest truth. We are also misinformed. We are not asking the right set of questions per se. These are important questions to ask if we want to be a setup wherein we want to flourish over a period of time. And who's going to be the set of people who will ask that questions or those questions? It is the youth that will ask that questions or those questions. It is you who's sitting in front of me who will have to ask those questions and say, what is it that we are doing? And as a last point, you know, like Himang also talked about technology, that technology will be the solution for many things. I totally and vehemently disagree with that point. And why do I disagree with that? Technology is an enabler. What we are saying is we'll become slaves to technology. No, it cannot happen that way. We are a set of people as students today. What is it that you need to do? If you want to be enabling that, okay, we are going to be part of this democratic setup, wherein I'll actually want to change and move about from fiscal, informational, administrative capacities that have to be improved, what is it that you'll have to do? You are the set of people who'll have to learn more, read the long form, throw away your mobiles. I think recently I did give a speech wherein I said, in India, mobile should be banned until the age of 13. In fact, for people like you who are academics or getting into academics, Chat GPT should be banned till the age of 30. Read long form. Go and read your journals, and that is what it is. Chat GPT is the biggest crap in the world. It is actually going to make you dumb. And that is what it is. We are making ourselves dumb, and that is nothing. There is nothing else that we are doing. Of course, like, so, you know, like, how does Chat GPT signify that we are becoming dumb? Because for a place which accepts McKinsey as a idea, McKinsey as a, what do you call, consulting company. But remember one thing, whatever McKinsey has touched until date has turned into dust. McKinsey has never been right. It is one of the most pathetic, useless, third-rated consulting company in the world. But they will actually give you some exotic presentations which look very sexy, to use that word. ChatGPT does it very quickly, right? McKinsey is already shuddering. Do you want to be part of that? No, you don't want to be. So you will have to do this and improve capacity, ask your government, and take things forward. Last but not the least, so, you know, like, we do talk about administrative capacity, and I've said that India needs to improve its administrative capacity. India needs to, but I think the larger thing is going to be that we need to improve our political capacity as a nation. When you talk about India as a place, we need to actually come back to a thing wherein we are able to say that we are going to celebrate the diversity of ideas that exist. India is about diversity of ideas. India is about celebration of those ideas, and we should continue to do that. Let's talk about diverse ideas. I can disagree with you, it doesn't matter. So in fact, as academics, in the whatever I'm saying, you can disagree with it, but we can have a very what I call normal discourse and say we disagree. We don't have to fight. So improve that political capacity. We cannot be a monopoly in politics. We need to be a perfect competition in politics. Right now, we're possibly a monopoly or to a certain extent a duopoly. We need to have perfect competition there. That is when capacities will increase and things will happen. Third is, of course, like we did talk about regulatory capacity, but India needs to seriously improve its regulatory capacity as we go along. Like there was this interesting point in the morning wherein it was said that there are enterprises or government used to work or whatever in the private sector, or they used to have enterprises. They have even now. So let me give you an example. Titan as a company is an enterprise which is controlled by Tata's and the Tamil Nadu Industrial Corporation. And the economic behavior of this firm is something very interesting. Think about it, see how they treat their franchisees and everything. Recently, we've just done a report with the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, wherein I've said that we need to have a franchise law in India because of the power of the firms that actually is there to exploit the small businessmen. So it is not only Titan, it's about other people as well. It is about Nike, it is about all the other franchisee stores, etc. So regulatory capacity will have to get increased as we go along. And if we have to be doing something unique in terms of, if India has to be improving its capacity, the coordination between the governments will have to improve. Like we recently, when we did this competitiveness roadmap for the country, there are close to about 70 odd departments and ministries that Government of India has. We can do with 23 of them. We can actually do with 23 of them. We have 4 ministries which talk about transportation. We have some ministries, 4 or 5 ministries which talk about energy. Why can't we all converge them into one and reduce the kind of confusion that can actually get created over a period of time? These are simple steps. People have been saying it for ages, but of course, as I said, it's the politics which possibly defines the number of ministries rather than anything else. For the sake of the country, for the sake of the future, we should take these steps. And I must tell you, if somebody asks me who's one person who can do it, if there is one person who has the political will or the political acumen or the political, goodwill, it is the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister did try to do it. Like he wanted to do something like improvement of capacity in terms of lateral entry into the civil services, improve their capacities. But it's, like there is something called as the IAS lobby, which made sure it does not work. So there is also this administrative thing, like a lot of us will not want to say it. In fact, there is somebody sitting at the back. He told me that I'm allowed to criticize. We should. But last but not the least, I would like to invoke a very interesting person called Ramanujam here. A lot of us know Ramanujam, right? The great mathematician. He created this very interesting mathematical theorem which said the sum total of numbers from 0 to infinity is minus 1 by 12. So now you can think, what could be the sum total of IQ of Indian administrative processes? I've not given a number. It is for you to guess. And this is where I'll call it off because our guest from Germany has joined. But thanks a lot for the opportunity and sorry for being so caustic. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kapoor. We'll wait for the questions. Yeah, suit yourself. I mean, if you want to, maybe it is a good idea. Yeah. Now it is my great pleasure to welcome Professor Wolfgang Dreschler. Professor Dreschler is joining us online. He is already here. Welcome, sir. He's a professor in governance at Taltech Ragnar Mosk Department, honorary professor of University College London in the Institute of Innovation and Public Purpose, and adjunct professor of Universities of Indonesia at the Faculty of Administrative Sciences. His main interests are non-Western public administration, technology and innovation, and public management reform generally. His an entrepreneurial state, why innovation needs bureaucracy, won the 2023 AOM Terry Award for the most outstanding contribution to global advancement of management knowledge during the last 2 years. And it has been or is being translated into Finnish, Indonesian, Portuguese, Chinese, and German. In civil service, he has been advisor to the President of Estonia, Executive Secretary with the German Wissenschaft, and as APSA Congressional Fellow and Senior Legislative Analyst in the United States Congress. Earlier in 2025, he served as a rapporteur and scientific coordinator of the IIAS DYRPG India Conference in New Delhi. Welcome, welcome. So the floor is all yours, and we are eagerly waiting to hear your views.
All right, thank you so much for this kind introduction. Am I clearly understandable? Everything is fine?
Yes, yes, loud and clear.
Just to make sure, you never know with these Zoom things. So, ladies and gentlemen and others, I'm very pleased to be, if virtually, back both in Hyderabad and in India as far as the administrative capacity is concerned. And so I will give you a couple of perspectives on the general discourse and how just a little bit where I would see India's place in it. Because in the end, you're the India experts, not me, and I don't want to presume too much to tell you what you already know. So, as has been kindly mentioned in the introduction, I have been fortunate to be an author of this book, How to Make an Entrepreneurial State, which was one of the very few books that got this award for the best management book, general management, not only public management book, by the Academy of Management. And as scholars are, if you have a book about this topic, you always refer to it. And the concept we are using in this book to define administrative capacity is one called agile stability. So allow me in my very first part to talk a little bit about this, what that does mean. So what we argue, both for a spatial and for a historical study, is that the best administrative units are informed by a concept called agile stability, which is an oxymoron, a wooden iron. So it's a bit catchy from this level, but which nevertheless makes sense. What we were setting out to do is to look at the implementation of innovation policy, seeing that we are in a innovation-based world in which innovation is not a luxury but a necessity. What struck us, my co-authors Freina Kattel and Erki Karo and myself, is that you literally have 1,000 books on how to make a good innovation policy compared to one book on how to implement it. But we in PA know that implementation is everything and that a good plan is worth literally nothing if it's not implemented. Yeah, it just gets a glossy print up or a nice homepage, but it is worthless as such. So we tried to look at what demarcates the best systems and the best countries as far as the implementation, the actual realization of good innovation policy, and in fact, industrial policy generally is concerned. And looking in time and space from the late 19th century, and especially in the best performing countries in the West as well as in Asia, what we did notice is that what makes innovation policy well implemented and most successful is when this implementation is both agile and stable at the same time. Agile and stable at the same time means that there is a long-term perspective, there is a surety that things can be implemented in the long run as well. There is a long-term perspective. You know, how many people now have given up on nanotechnology again just because IT, because of AI, is so fashionable again. So you lose the long-term perspective, but that is catastrophic. Yet, on the other hand, you do need to react to sudden changes from COVID to the breaking in of large language models still. And that's very difficult because basically bureaucrats are either stability oriented, they don't do things because they haven't done before, or they are these start-uppy, unshaven, boxer shorts wearing, beanie bag kind of people who take their inspiration entirely from startups. But startups are a lousy model for the public sector alone. It is only an element that can help to counter the challenges of our times and our lives. So if this combination is needed, that what that shows, interestingly enough, over 1.5 centuries, I would say by now, and everywhere in time and space, is that the optimal performers were offices in which agility and stability, the direct reaction to it, as well as the long-term duration, were guaranteed at the same time. Now, in this book, we were really addressing innovation bureaucracies. That means that those places in the government that implement innovation policies. And as we know in PA, all implementation is also creation. But the important thing here is that then our readers basically took over and the people in review, and they emphasized much more than we did that this is probably true about bureaucracy in general. That means not only innovation bureaucracy should show agile stability, but any bureaucracy should show that. In other words, that it is generally, not every bureaucracy is the same, and we always need to consider the context, but it is generally a good idea if an administrative unit can act agile and stable at the same time. Why at the same time? Because these things really shift very quickly. Those of you who don't have an automatic drive but have a car with a stick shift, you have to be able to change your stick shift from rear to first to second and so on. So it is crucial that there is a direct reaction to changing circumstances and changing outside forces while keeping a long-time perspective. That is why we are arguing, and again, this has been one of the public sector ideas that was extremely positively received by the general management crowd, is this agile stability that allows adjustment very, very quickly between being agile and being stable. Now, capacity then, from this perspective and with this innovation background, is the capacity to be agile and stable at the same time. And both in the context, and this is why I'm mentioning it in this conference so detailedly, is that this is both a capacity on the side of the organization and a capacity on the side of the person. Yeah, both of them should have agile stability and be agile and stable at the same time. So neither the start-uppy nor the hidebound old Westminster tradition, if you will. Now, in the concept of general PA theory as well as of innovation studies, what we will find is that the optimal thing is indeed if this capacity is located in the person. That means if we have bureaucrats, which we PA people do not use as an insult, but as a description of some civil servant, of any civil servant. So we don't think a bureaucrat is something bad, but something neutral, first of all. A good bureaucrat will have the ability to be agile and stable at the same time. The task for civil service education, recruitment, and training is therefore to find people who can do that. But this is extremely difficult, because it is so much easier as a person to either have a propensity for stability or for agility. To find both is very tricky. But then this is the great prize. So if we can get people like that who can be agile and stable at the same time, that is the ultimate capacity in senior positions in the bureaucracy that we are looking for. Yeah, so this is the capacity for the future, I would say. The second best is if we have offices in which there are people within one department, I mean now, who can emphasize the stability, and other people who can do the agility, and they don't fight each other, but they complement each other in the implementation of policy and therefore their gestation as well. The third best solution, following Michael Porter, if you will, who originally came up with that, is the idea of innovation ecosystems. That means that in one policy landscape, we have different institutions. Some of them, such as iLabs, are very agile, and others, very often ministerial departments or presidential ones, are stable. So the best is if individuals are agile and stable at the same time, second best within one office, third best within one ecosystem. Now, if we can't even get that, well, if we can't even get that, we are going to have a problem, because then we don't have the kind of capacity that we really need. So, now, if this is the case, this book is now 3 years old. What has changed in the last 3 years? What are the challenges of the future? Is it really in 2025 possible to talk about agile stability? What is our future agenda? And I would say that the new challenges that I would address in the second part of my 3 points that I will give you this afternoon, there are 3 challenges that we see, and there is pretty much a consensus in the debate on public administration, public management, and capacity that we see. I don't know whether you will agree, but what I would propose, the 3 main items that we need to react to now, is first, artificial intelligence, which has shocked a lot of people in what it can do or not do, and how reality as well as bureaucracy need to adjust to it. The second is geopolitical upheavals, and geopolitical upheavals is primarily in PA a euphemism, a friendly term for the changes in the United States that have so radically changed their political system. And if you don't want to be political, you call it geopolitical upheavals. And the third one is the old question that is so important. I will get to that later on, for India, and that is the question of sustainability. Because if it is true that we need to go for sustainability because our previous system, including socioeconomic system, has driven the planet to the wall, then neither the geopolitical changes nor AI have changed the fact that sustainability as a final goal needs to be addressed. So, from the perspective of administrative capacity that we hear as a working hypothesis, define as agile stability, how do we address the following points? Well, first, AI. Now, I'm going to a conference in 2 weeks that has a very typical title that I find really interesting, and that is, it's in Pristina in Kosovo, and the name of the entire conference is PA capacity for or through AI, question mark, meaning is capacity in public administration how you utilize AI, for instance, to providing services for the back office, but also to address the citizens, or is the question how to regulate AI because we don't know really what it is, and because it is a real breakout movement that in the end needs to be managed in order to be harnessed for the common good, which is after all what the public sector, the state sector is for. Now, what is very important here, I think, is that most PA people who deal with the future of AI are not particularly good in knowing what AI is. That means the capacity to evaluate AI amongst bureaucrats is already relatively low, meaning they are strongly fashion-driven, which is not a good position to be in. So, in my opinion, again, what AI does is, especially among senior leadership in PA, it requires more capacity, not less, because you truly need to understand what AI is, can do, and how it develops over the months. Sam Altman, the ChatGPT guy, at some point recently said, the ideal of AI is that we don't know how it works, we just use it. But that is a trick. That is a snake oil sales trick. In the end, administrators should know as much as they possibly can how AI works. Yeah. So the more capacity you have to know what it is, both how to utilize it and how to be critical, that is the crucial thing, and only there can we do it. Somebody said at a metaphor, I don't know whether AI in PA is my friend or my enemy. It depends of how I will use it. So I don't know if AI hugs me, whether it has a knife in the one hand and can stab me in the back. To which the answer of a colleague was, yes, if that is the case, if you have a friend where you don't know whether he stabs you in the back or not, you better be careful. Yeah. So this care should not mean that we lose the technological track. But in the end, we cannot outsource to AI the control of AI. It means, just like in the global financial crisis, the call for bureaucrats was to have a high capacity in finance to understand what was going on. Exactly now, the claim is to be as technically versed and as capable to understand and utilize in a cautious way for the common good AI that is important. Now, briefly to the changes in geopolitics. What was so remarkable for many people in PA is to see that the United States, for a short while, under Doge and Elon Musk, engaged in something that we would call decapacitation. That means an attempt to put loyalty so much higher than capacity or competence that it was actually an almost negative thing to be competent, and that led to your being fired from the civil service. This has subsided a little bit, but I think it is on a scholarly level still neutral to say that this is a regime that prioritizes loyalty over capacity. The problem is that this is a system that is not sustainable and that only works like a straw fire by giving warmth for a very short time. But it depends again of your priorities. What this should not do and what it doesn't do is that it should influence any other country in doing so. Of the four big countries, the four big, only one country went into this direction. The other three, including India, have stayed strongly on the capacity level. By the way, the greatest theorist of PA, the German sociologist Max Weber, actually describes PA systems like this that put loyalty over capacity. He calls this patrimonial government, and especially as a detail, the most extreme form of it, he calls sultanic government. That is something that India has memories of and neighbors with. That means sultan courts, in which, again, the relation to the sultan is just more important than anything else, because the survival of the center is more important than anything else. So this is not a non-Western perspective. This is not an odd perspective, but it is a jump back 300 years and not forward. And that is something that should therefore and does not emphasize a weakening of the capacity demand, but actually a strengthening for it. Because once the US cannot control international things anymore because of a lack of capacity, other powers, and not least India, have to step in. And finally, sustainability. Once again, the problem can be that AI and the geopolitical upheavals basically obscure the still very important and immediate challenge of sustainability. And therefore, it is extremely important also in this conference to not forget this focus. So what I think is never debated in the sustainability complex, that sustainability, which means reining in of business action, if you will, private sector action for the common good, is a classic state task. Any form of green transition, any form of energy transition is impossible to conceive without the state managing it in one form or another. So once again, it leads to an increased need of high-level civil service capacity, not less, but more. So very briefly, in all 3 points, the need for both agile stability and a high level of administrative capacity has actually increased in the last 3 years and will also, in all likelihood, maintain or probably increase in the future. So the capacity focus is still there, it is still important, and it is still valid. In my final points, very briefly, allow me in all modesty to address the Indian challenge that is the topic of this subject. And I say that as an outsider who does teach a module in London at UCL, Gandhi's University, on Indian PA, but in a very modest way once again. Now, what I think is striking about India is that historically speaking, India is a high PA capacity country. And in fact, you are now in a city, Hyderabad, that less than 100 years ago was arguably one of the best administered places on earth. Yeah? The last Nizam was not only less than 100 years ago the richest man in the world, but also the head of one of the best administrations. And the fundamentals, if you will, have not changed. Not only will demographics only tell, not only are IT capacities in India rightly legendary, but there is also all resources on all levels that make the possibility for the highest form of administrative capacity very realistic in India. So this is very important because if you look at some of the countries around you, they simply don't have either the human resources or the material resources or the historical ideological resources, anything like that. That is not the case in India. So if you, not me, you, because it's for you to judge, are of the opinion that something in India needs to be improved, then this is only something about the current allocation of power and resources. It is not about the fundamentals of resources, but it's of how they are used. Now, this doesn't make things particularly easy. The late George Stigler, one of the economics Nobel Prize winners from Chicago, once said, all that exists is efficient. Meaning if something exists for the long time, it exists because there are powers who are interested in that the situation is as it is. And that is why it's so difficult to change it. On the other hand, if there is a genuine political will, if there is a genuine larger societal consensus, and if there are people who agree with this, the move towards this kind of high capacity PA with strong agile stability and with the ability to use and manage AI, counter the geopolitical changes, and realize large-scale sustainability, both globally and for India, is certainly there. So this is not only the mandate and the mission of India, but it's also a genuine possibility. How to get there, I understand, is one of the tasks of this conference and this meeting. And so I will conclude my own remarks here and wish you all the best for further elaborations and discussions on this topic that is not only vital for India, but given India's role in the world, vital for our planet. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Would you be staying with us for a few questions?
You mean right now? Sure.
Yeah, we can have the questions. If somebody has a question for Mr. Professor Wolfgang, we can
sure.
have those questions now. I had a question which I thought I would bounce off you. We have been talking about the question of trust in the sessions from morning.
Yes.
What is the scenario situation that you foresee, given that the geopolitics has changed? I mean, the European states always had a lot of their processes are based on trust, but with changing geopolitics, do you think that internal processes also in European governments will change in European states, and trust will no longer be a driving force in the conduct of public administration and business?
Well, what I do think is that if we are making a little historical check, is that the best performers with the highest capacity also are the ones with the highest trust, especially in the bureaucracy. And by the way, there are two forms of trust that I think are very important from a citizen's perspective. And the one is the trust that the civil service can do certain things, capacity. And the other one is an absence of fear. That means that you are not afraid that the bureaucracy will turn against you. And if you have both kinds of trust, which you have in certain Scandinavian countries, you have it in Singapore, you used to have it in Japan, you have it, for instance, in some of the Swiss cantons, it makes for a very, very good civil service because it's a mutually reinforcing thing. That means capacity increases through greater trust, and trust allows a greater capacity for the civil service. So I do think that I find it very difficult to imagine ultra high performing civil service systems that can manage without trust. But I also do think that especially this idea of implementational possibility almost automatically leads to greater trust. And so it's a self-enforcing thing and not one that will slide away. And there is a certain draw of ultra high performing systems. So in that sense, I wouldn't be too worried about that, even if there are systems, and certainly some European systems, that have seen an erosion of trust, for sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Wolfgang, for joining with us in this conference. As we communicated to you in the email, this is a beginning of various kinds of conversation around this theme, and we will look forward to more engaging discussion with you, perhaps when you are physically here in India and in Hyderabad, maybe next year. Thank you so much for joining us.
Very much looking forward to coming back. Thank you so much for this, and all the best to you for the conference and for your general enterprise.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Now may I request Mr. Uttam Prakash to take the stage. Mr. Prakash is going to talk about building state capacity, a case study of EPFO, Delhi West. Dr. Prakash is a Regional Provident Fund Commissioner, Kochi, Kerala, and UT of Lakshadweep. Over to you. Do you have a presentation?
Thank you, Professor Bakshi, for this opportunity. I feel slightly misplaced in such a gathering, and what I would do is I would not talk about anything academic, but I would talk about something which I have experienced. And if that helps, and possibly for the larger crowd who are young here, and they are the ones who would lead the nation towards the capacity for which we are talking about. To my plain and simple mind, when we talk about capacity, what we are talking about? Essentially, what we are talking about is the building block, from where the strength emerges. The Government of India and Mr. Hemang Jani was here in the morning, who was the Secretary to the Capacity Building Commission. He initiated the idea of infusing a new variety of capacity amongst the civil servants. I am one of the beneficiaries, and I am indebted to his thought and vision in which the Capacity Building Commission has come up. And there were beautiful anecdotes that 5 minutes, 10 minutes modules, which possibly in academic circles would not make sense. And those 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, in this age, we are talking about AI, we are talking about distractions. As a youth, you would know how much difficult it is to open books. It's so easy to, flip the screens. In that age, drawing your attention to something more serious is a challenge not only to the academia, but also to the state in general. So the whole idea is how, as one individual building block, we can together contribute towards the larger goal. And what is the larger goal? Today we are talking about the possibility of a Viksit Bharat, not very far away. Now, what does Viksit Bharat mean? It means different to different people. To me, it simply means a confidence to do what I want to do. And somebody facilitating me. I would like to feel like a child in the lap of my parents, smile, laugh, and look for a better future. That is what my idea of Viksit Bharat is. You could have your own, but this Viksit Bharat, and if you go through that, I got modules. These days we are popularizing the word called Karma Yogi. So each one of us is expected or needs to become a Karma Yogi. In doing so, just like little ants together, we can build huge castles. So this apart the perspective. I currently am a Regional Provident Fund Commissioner. Many of you would not know what this designation looks like. I work for an organization called Employees Provident Fund. I'll take you through a brief experience which I had. Can we go to the next? Now, why this case study is important? This case study is important only to provoke a discussion around an experience, and that experience, if it can be translated in our individual capacities or levels to do something better without wanting someone else to do something for us. They all say everybody wants a Bhagat Singh, but in the other house, not in their own family. So with that mindset, can we individually, there will always be resource constraints. My previous speaker was saying. And that is the basic fundamental of economics. Resources are scarce. How we use it is our smartness. So let's go to the next slide. Now, as I said, many of you may not be knowing. So this is about EPFO. It manages the retirement fund. That means when you start working, you start saving, and we give you some kind of economic cushion for contingencies, or when you are not able to work profitably, so that you can have a decent, respectful life. And this we do it only through finances. We run 3 schemes, and this is called a provident fund, a pension, and an insurance scheme. Insurance scheme is primarily for death of a person and to help the family members upon his death. So it is sort of life insurance. And we are Globe's one of the largest social security organizations. And if you see the scale, we maintain around 31 crore accounts of the citizens, of which around 7 to 8 crores are ones who contribute every month. We keep their records. We give pensions to more than 80 lakh citizens in the country. This is more than all the central government pensioners put together. So roughly a crore of the citizens and multiply by 4 if there are 4 in the family, 4 crore citizens. In their sunset days, we are touching. And as far as the service delivery goes, the last financial year, it was one of the record claim settlements in the country, around 5 crores. So it works on a scale. The corpus is around 25 lakh crores. I don't know how many zeros come in that, but this is more than GDP of many nations. And this is one of the largest sovereign funds, top 10 in the world. And it is one of the prominent face of the government. This 15th August, the Prime Minister announced a very ambitious scheme, especially for the youth, and it is called Viksit Bharat Rozgar Yojana, with the title Prime Minister's Viksit Bharat Rozgar Yojana. It has an outlay of 1 lakh crores, and we intend to create a huge number of jobs. And this is interesting because in this, there is an incentive for you to take up the job, and there is an incentive for the employer to give a job. So it is win-win for both the stakeholders and win-win for the country, because this is expected to fuel more kind of production and a better GDP and a better, smarter road towards the 2047 goal. We'll go to the next. Now, this is a small background which I have already spoken. My journey begins in 2017. This is a small, big office rather, one of the largest offices in the country, called Delhi West, which was created in Delhi from existing 3 offices. We made 5 offices. So 2 offices were created. One was called Delhi West, another was called Delhi Central. Now, in government, we are always short of human manpower. So whenever we want to do something, the last thing will be given is a human resource. So what we do is, here in this case, from the existing people, we collected few for every office, distributed them. So the first tendency amongst the people who hold this human resource is to distribute only those people whom they consider as a very wrong or a blunt word, but useless, non-performers. So those people come and become the army of Delhi West. And of course, there is a significant shortage. You can say even that sanctioned strength, whatever was decided, you get around 60% only. So around 40% is the lag. And what happened during the period of distribution? As I said, we settled around 5 crore claims last year. Imagine every month, every day, how many claims we are getting. So these offices, from where the workload was to come, sensing that a new office is being created, they stopped processing these claims. So by the time formally this West office came up, we had a backlog of around 50,000 claims. Next. This is what I have tried to put. We have come to the second point. The third point, if you see, the consequence is there is a service gap. Citizens cry. Media is never kind. And finally, misfortunes come by yards and go by inches. That is what they say. COVID came. And during the COVID, you might have forgotten, but still it is very vivid in my memory. All of a sudden, everything stopped. And imagine the people whom we serve are those people who are largely in the lower class of the formal sector. They had no money. They could not even go somewhere to ask for money. Roads were closed. And if you remember, sometimes the TV and the newspaper would report wild animals roaming around our roads. In that situation, we were supposed to help. And the government wanted us to reach out and give them some kind of financial cushion. So we announced a special claim called COVID claim, where we will be able to give money to these people. Of course, we used a lot of technology, and we were the ones who were open during that period of time. Because there was no income source, so, and we were not given any government side, let me be very clear. We were only giving the money what they had saved. So it was their money, and if in a crisis they were not able to get the social security I'm talking about. So that was the context. EPFO was brought into essential services. Okay, next. So, how to do it? There was a restriction that only 50% people can attend office. I told you 50,000 claims, and COVID claims now has been introduced. We increased our workload 60% more. Half of the people, double the load, pendencies, and challenge. Now, here what I'm trying to putting a lot of time in explaining this is where the question of a capacity comes. And how we can, as a person, do something. So, in some of my studies, I have always been critic about the academic theories. So I thought, why not experiment one of those theories? And let's see if it works for me. Because it is good to see on paper, but what about this? So during this time, when I asked my people that you need to help us, you need to become a Karma Yogi, none of them were enthusiastic. Naturally, everybody was health conscious, and there was no way to come to office. Many parts of our work required physical presence. No transport, risk of health, and of course, there were grim reports around. You could see on the press people walking miles barefoot. And in that scenario, one idiot comes and says, you need to become a Karma Yogi. Nevertheless, next. So, the challenge was how to reimagine a service mindset. How to put in a collaborative team leadership, and how to perform, especially at a scale, because the numbers were huge. Next, please. So, I said I was a critic about the academics, and here, while I was doing my MBA, there was a framework which was given to me. They call it Coates framework. Coates is a professor in Harvard, and he gives a 8 steps framework. Now the key things are here. One, if you are able, it is about talking at the level of your psychology. It is not talking about your level of physical competence. So if you are able to create an urgency and you are able to build a coalition, probably it helps. If you are able to clearly share your vision, it may help. And if every moment you celebrate, probably it helps. And if in doing so, you are able to institutionalize your behavior, it helps. It looks all very fancy, but this is what our parents are doing for us every day. Every time you score good marks, your dad or mom said very good, your teacher says very good. So the first one, create urgency. What teachers say? Exam is coming, study. 10th is coming, study. They create a sort of urgency. They share a vision that if you study, you get this. They say that if you score this much, you get this or something. They give you a small hug or a pat on your back. So essentially, this is our culture. But it is being said in a different words. So I could understand this when I was trying to implement this. Next. So this was the intervention, what we did. Now, if you see, I have already said about the COVID-19 situation. I have spoken about sensitizing. I have tried to sensitize them. Obviously, as a boss, when you are trying to sensitize people, the story on the other side is Gyan bahut de raha hai, to be frank. But yes, how what you say does not matter. How you see probably matters more. I tried to show them the videos of these workers who were traveling barefoot. Then I gave them a challenge and told them, you are the people who are unwanted and you have been thrown here. Now that, slightly pushed their ego. Then, when some started doing good, frankly speaking, and to be true, I included a news item. And I requested the reporter to call them as Corona warriors or COVID warriors. And that time, everywhere, there was a talk of Corona warriors or COVID warriors. So some of them felt, okay, slightly unsettled. Okay, something is there. Next. So this is what the experiment was in a nutshell. And what it says, help people see dramatic and compelling stories, which I showed them. Hit emotions. This is the part of the theory. So hit emotions, and the output is that emotionally charged ideas change behavior. So wherever we are, again, we are talking about the capacity, we are talking about how to do it is the problem. We all realize. Even our previous speaker is realizing. US is realizing. But how it is the key problem. And I'm so happy to say that he says all the resources in India exist, right from our history to current thing. So we will see how this new change happened. Next one. We developed our own small model, and this is called an ABC model, ABCD. We will explain this ABCD. Just remember, A we say for acquire, B we say for bond, C we say for comprehend, and D we say for defend. That is the same sequence which I showed you in the previous slides. So we'll go one by one. Next, please. Okay. Acquire. Acquire. You recognize people, first of all. Appreciate them. And you see, we used small things. One, we had a Twitter handle. So, you see, we tried to cut few people. So, if you see this person, he was working and settling more claims than others. So, we tried to put him. You see a photo there, slightly it is blurred, but what happened? On every desk, I requested that if you feel that you are doing a great job, write something that I am a great worker. Now, when you say someone that do you think you are a great worker, do you think anybody will say no? So everybody on the desk wrote, I'm a great worker. I'm a Corona worker. Now that created an environment of celebration. We'll go next. We created a WhatsApp group also, where immediately, like in the morning, certain decisions can be taken over WhatsApp also, in physical paper where the decisions can be taken. The WhatsApp was getting popular also. So we created it, and whatever inconvenience anybody was facing, we were trying to solve it within that space. In that space, there were different kind of problems. Somebody would say, "Morning, sir, I'm not getting any bus." There were special buses which were being run for the government servants, but many a times those will not be there. So surprisingly, somebody take, they would go and pick them. Somebody would drop them. Somebody would bring food. So it was something more like a very collaborative approach. All it started in a organic way. Then we also thought of how to give them more comfort, because health was very important. So we worked out a system of, I told them, you work for 5 days a week. 5 days a week. That was unheard of in government, because attendance is very, very important to secure your salary. So they said, how can this be possible? So that time we had a instruction that only 50% can work. So we worked around a Rajya Sabha model, where only percentage of the MPs keep on joining. So we said, you come for the first day, second day, take off. Third day you come, fourth day take off, and you manage amongst yourself, no questions asked. The only thing is, you ensure that there are 30 to 35 people in the office. That was wonders. That helped them recuperate also, in the sense, whatever the virus was there, gave them some confidence also, and they got more leave than naturally would be. When coming for less number of days, they were performing more. So it was more with less. Next. This was about comprehending. Now, comprehending, what we did was, we said after some time that these are emergency claims and this should be settled within 24 hours. Is that possible? Now, that was very difficult. So some of them said, yes, sir, it is possible. But I said, Saturdays will come, Sundays will come, Diwali will come, Independence Day will come. How do you do it? Then one of them said, sir, holiday is for us to celebrate. Stop us unless you ask us specifically not to come to office. I said, okay, I'll keep my eyes closed. You want to come and work, fine, go ahead. And we started a culture of settling the claims within 24 hours, meaning you receive it today and it is done by the end of the day. And to ensure an accountability, what we did was, every day I took a risk. I would say on my Twitter handle, I mean office, not my personal, but the official one, that today we have received 3,000 claims. At the day end, we have settled 2,900. 100 we could not settle. And we will give the reason. 30 were because of technical reason. 20 because we actually couldn't do it. Something like that. So, sense. Now, this was very, very important, I found. That when I put it on the public platform, there was a risk that if I say 100% I have settled, because everybody was to report if they have done their job, and if there is a grievance and somebody says mine is not settled, then that guy is gone. So, somehow the enthusiasm became so that everybody started to settle that, and they took extra efforts by helping others also. Because in our case, many a seats will get higher number and it is not equitable on every day. So there was a cohesiveness. Next, please. Now, that became very interesting. And when we were almost on the 175th day in a row, when we were doing it, in between festivals came, Diwali, Independence Day, etc., all national holidays. Our central minister got curious. What is happening? What are they doing? And I said, nothing, it is just they are doing and it is okay. So he said, I would like to meet them because they are doing it at this time. So I would like to personally come. I said, it is Corona time, COVID time, please do not come, not necessary. So no, I'm curious, so I want to come. He was a very brave person. An entire COVID period, he was one of the ministers in the country who traveled people. He was really a people's man. So he is Mr. Santosh Gangawar. He traveled down and he said, I want to come and I want to appreciate people, your people. I said, most welcome, sir, come. Then he said, he prepare some certificates. I said, I have no resources. I can't prepare certificates in this time. Where is the press? What I can do? I will not do, sir. I'm so sorry. He said, okay, give me the names of the. So I gave him the names of the people. And this is probably the first appreciation letter in the government of India, where the minister used his own letter, his own official letterhead to write an appreciation. He brought it and we gave it. And this is where, this is one photo of that. Next. This is again the same thing, but celebration is there. You would see, again, it is hazy. It says 100 days, 100%, percent. So it is the 100th day of COVID claims, 100% they have done. And people are taking play cards and they are just, jokingly taking photos in their WhatsApp groups. And this I have collected from there. Next. This is, as I said, this is the tweet of Mr. Gangwar on his, from his personal handle. And this is the tweet from my ministry, from their official handles, where they recognize this and try to encourage, which was again a better thing. Next. Now, defend. How to defend the culture, institutionalize it. Now, to defend that, we tried to do something else apart from that appreciation. Here, there was a gentleman from the World Bank who was there in India then. Please let me know the time, sir. I'll cut it short. Yeah, 5-7 minutes, fine. Sir. So, he was the head of the World Bank in Delhi, and he is keen social security observer, Mr. Junaid Ahmad. So, somehow I happened to see him somewhere. So naturally, I told him this is what we are doing, and so he got also excited. He said, okay, what can I do for you? I said, nothing, sir. You have smiled and said thank you and smiled at me. That's great. Then he said, no, you think of something. I said, okay, if you say so. Then we organized an online interaction with Mr. Junaid. So Mr. Junaid came and he distributed again some certificates to our. And that was also something which kept the enthusiasm more. Next, please. And then there is another lady. Come back, please, if you can go back. Yeah. Another lady. She was a woman. Incidentally, during that time, the Women's Day also came. So women of the office said, sir, apart from that COVID claims, there are other claims also. We will settle claims of all the women members on the Women's Day. So that was their initiative. All the women, did that. And for that to honor, we called one of the lady from the World Bank. She happened to be my classmate. But she was a senior person there. I said, okay, you come. So she was the one who honored. Next. This is Mr. Anil Swarup, one of the reputed bureaucrats. He has written plenty of books and he runs a collaboration of good governance. He calls it Nexus for Good Governance. He was the one who, again, I happened to meet. He was also my boss sometimes. So I told him, sir, this is like something I'm doing. So he gave me an idea. There is something called Humans of Bombay. I said, that's good. So taking a leaf from that, we made Humans of Delhi West, where we recognized the cutting edge staff, prepared a booklet, something, and we released it on that day. Next. So finally, the outcomes, if you see, in the entire period, during that crisis period, earlier when this and that is why truly they were sent also, their capacity was around 40 average of the office, that increased to 60 per day. There was a special identity, and I could see people, telling others that I am from this office amongst our peer offices. And Delhi office eventually, settled itself, and it was realized later that it becomes the second biggest office in the country as far as the receipt of claims was concerned. And of course, some public trust started surfacing. And I forgot to mention, but in one of the labor minister's tweet, there were two tweets which were very interesting. One of them was saying, in Hyderabad, Sir, Hyderabad office the reply to one of them was there. So there was a trust from the citizens also. Next. So this is what I say, a positive feeling about the job itself. There was a pride of the self-worth that I can do. I am the one, the small brick or the person who is a part of the whole. So the person was imagining the whole and he was doing his bit as a part of the whole. Just like in the morning, Mr. Hemang Jani he was saying that when the person was, thinking of the tickets, later on he that he was giving jobs or letting families meet or something similar. So once we connect with the larger thing, then possibly it helps. And again, this one I have put that this was the person who was a group D or a class 4 promotee, and he was very poor. He could do 20 to one fine day. He was able to do 100 claims, and so he took up one board and said, I am also a centurion. And finally, we had many centurions and we put a board of them in our office. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next. So this was the learning to consolidate the file and things. The most effective thing in our any kind of capacity building is rational persuasion, inspirational appeals, and a consultation, which fortunately we have because of the democratic setup. There appraisal and personal appeals have got slightly moderate impact, and very less effect is pressure and authority. So the first or the most effective is a rational persuasion, means you believe or make person believe in what you are saying. Next. So I have told you all the good side. There was a bad side also, or the opposite thing. There were resistances. There was a fatigue after 250 days, almost a year. So we stopped this experiment of 100% within 24 hours. We needed a break. That is what Gandhiji also said, struggle, truce, struggle. There were rising public expectations as well, because I would get grievances after 2 days, whereas in other offices you will get it after 30 days. There were some disruptive people also, and there was one person whom I had to discipline in this entire process. Next. So key takeaways: crisis can catalyze an institutional reform. Whenever we consider there is a crisis, not necessarily a physical crisis. Now the crisis is of skills. What is the skill? If you say the skill report of the India says that around 60% of our graduates are non-employable. So we need to build our skills. We are this youth power. So there is a crisis. Crisis is not temporary. So that crisis has to be understood. There has to be transparent systems and trust, as Sir was saying in the morning, and the whole day we are talking about the trust. We have to put people before the processes, and possibly it will succeed. And then emotional drivers often underperform logic. And finally, recognition and accountability also helps. Next. So my closing thought is state capacity is tested not in stability, but in disruption, and this is the right time. There is a geopolitical disruption, there is a AI disruption, and there is a skill disruption also because of various factors. It is time for us, we can take the lead and probably get the best of our it. By 2047, we can reach there earlier. So thank you so much appreciate. And thank you for the patient hearing. I'll be happy to answer anything, but later.
Now I request Dr. Kapoor to also come on stage. Anybody has any questions? I think we can, yeah.
My name is Vikram Kapoor and I'm Director General Training, Government of Tamil Nadu. I've been listening to the speaker since morning, and I think one common thread has been that you need to build trust. And I think what experience Mr. Uttam Prakash has brought is, really you trusted your people. And this is something what earlier we had Mr. Hemang Jani also say. Now, my question is, maybe either of you can answer. Maybe you can hear Mr. Kapoor also on this. Since you worked with the government in Niti Aayog, I believe, and you understand the systems. In the morning, we had a presentation by the Secretary DARPG on the CP Gram system. Likewise, in states, we have our own grievance redressal mechanism, our own portals, our own systems. There's been a lot of emphasis on, making it very efficient and see that early disposal happens and tracking is done. So my question is that, is it not contradictory to this concept of trust? If you are trusting somebody, then why are you putting a system to monitor his disposal of the grievance? I'll just give one example to elaborate. So as a municipal commissioner, I found that there were a lot of grievances on non-clearance of garbage. And we started a system where we used to use in those days, WhatsApp was also new. So we used to insist that people should take a picture and send us on WhatsApp, and then we'll share it with the concerned sanitary inspector. And the sanitary inspector had to then report within a time frame whether the garbage has been cleared. And we put it into our grievance redressal, portal also. The picture is available. Anybody can log in and see that. And we found that, they used to clear it and post the pictures. Later on, I came to know that, some cheating was happening where, they were taking pictures of some other, garbage bin and putting it there just to, give it closure. So where is the trust then? I'm not trusting that same person who is supposed to clear the garbage. Instead, I'm expecting citizens to first log their complaint into a centralized portal. From there, the complaint goes back to the same sanitary inspector down the line, and then, he complies. Why do we need that elaborate system? Why can't we just trust that individual? So even Mr. Uttam Prakash can tell me. I mean, what did you do to motivate your people? Would you have had a system like a grievance portal where people used to they will write to the highest level in the labor ministry? From there it will come down to your desk, and then you will ask your same people to do it. What is it I'm missing? Why this trust is not there in the grievance redressal mechanism?
Thank you, sir. Very practical question. And to the youth also, you will be joining one of these places today or tomorrow, whether in the private sector or in the government. There is a system of monitoring and reports and statistics everywhere. The system is same. Sir, in our case, sir, we are not able to. I put a point called urgency. I put a point called identification of the cause. We are not able to trust them and they are not able to trust us. Because even on Swachhata Day, we also take fake photos. So how do you believe that what you say that can be done? And again, this is just an academic forum, I would say. I read a news one time when one of the courts gave an order to one of the municipal commissioners somewhere to clean some area and file an affidavit. Next day, an affidavit was filed with a photo, and the judge smiled and said, "Judge साहब ऐसे ना करो, ये photo ठीक नहीं है, ये morphed है." The court did not take offense, but we feel that we will go away with it. The criticality is not put. The value a person is doing is not emphasized. In my case, what I did was, sir, I said you got to do 100% claims and I will put it for the public to see. So if they complain, it is your ijjat which will go, not mine. So when they thought that it is their ijjat, so then my life became easier. Of course, there will be some disruptions. I would not say it is so neat and clean. Some monitoring needs to be done because it is a human mind. But yes, largely if it is trust, it will work. In my experiment, it has worked, sir. Would you like? Yes.
Hello, sir. This is Krishnamurthy, Department of Sociology, University of Hyderabad. I wanted to ask, how is Delhi West doing today? The reason why I asked is, in the context of state capacity, it is said that India is a burial ground of pilots. By pilots, we mean pilot projects. Good officials, motivated officials, trying to push through, bringing about change. And once they leave, the old system comes back. It goes back to kind of, the square one. That's one. And secondly, with respect to EPFO, I had a chance to speak to a couple of people who work at multiple levels. I learned that they engage with very archaic kind of an intranet ERP system, which actually takes away a lot of their man hours. They kind of grapple with that. Why do we not see such changes taking place if that could, save a lot of time? And thank you.
Brilliant question. Very honest question. And at the risk of, telling the truth, because you are the ones who should have the real picture. I will tell you. Definitely, there was Mr. Session and there is another CEC today. But definitely, what Mr. Session did has got impact till today. So once you start a good thing, it does not die. It may come down. But अब जैसे हमेशा टूथ ब्रश तो करना पड़ेगा ना, तो ब्रश करने के लिए कुछ ना कुछ सिस्टम को देना पड़ेगा. But you get the analogy. So whenever you do something, impact will be there. It will remain for long. Because they see their face. When you see your class 10th marks when you are 90 and when you see your maybe a graduation marks when you are 60, someday you realize, no, I was not that bad. I can do better. That is one point. Second point is, it is true we work on slightly archaic systems, it is true. But we don't want to work, that is also true, on that system. I always tell my people, we are the people sitting in Hyderabad and Bangalore building systems for the US. There is nobody else. We are not. But in the morning, we talked about processes. In governments, we take special care that things are done in a transparent manner, accountable manner. And since we still do not have the ways and means to ensure that, so we rely heavily on processes. So there is a process, there is a limitation. You can't expect a software coder being given 30,000 rupees to develop a system which will be developed by a person somewhere here, IITN, who gets 2 lakh rupees. So in government, we have got many restrictions of L1 also. So those are the aspects, but nevertheless, in this very country, we have one of the mind-blowing things happening in the world like Aadhaar. At the scale and at the cost we have given an identity is unprecedented. At the scale we are giving you is unprecedented, and at the cost in the same country. In the same country, we have a passport system, we are happy about it. In the same country, you have a metro system which is running efficiently. And in the same system, EPFO did it for 250 days, within 24 hours is also there. Yes, when we all start believing, start trusting, then such questions will be answered. A government servant is faced with so many poking eyes. Vigilance is there, administration is there, media is there, and of course, citizens are there. And you do good things, nobody will say anything. Do one bad thing, media will kill you. Okay, so that's my thought process.
So I'll very quickly, like in terms of the burial ground or whatever you might actually want to say, the biggest problem is, as I see it, and I'll give you an evidence from the aspirational district program as well, that typically civil servants, or what you call as IAS officers, they do not want to carry forward with the projects that the previous guy has done. So that is where the problem is. So if there is a DC, he does a great job of a certain program at a certain location, the next officer will want to change the very paradigm of that project. Because he can't, you don't want to share the possibilities or whatever. And this was clearly, so this is the unfortunate reality. We need to create processes. And for this, there was a very beautiful program that was created called the Aspirational District Program. Within the Aspirational District Program, we did the assessment for the Aspirational District Program. It's a great program. Out of those 100 districts, 112 districts, 50% of the districts actually improved so much that they became better than the national average of performance. But there were others which underperformed. And the districts which were underperforming were the districts where transfer of DCs was happening the most. And districts where the DCs were stable for a period of 2 years, 3 years, the performance skyrocketed. So that is what it is. So what you need to do is you need to create that stability of how the officers are able to contribute, because they're all well-meaning people. The political interference has to reduce dramatically. And that's the reality of the system. Because at the end of the day, if the political interference is, you can change the officer, you can transfer the officer or whatever. And there are going to be things which are not liked by people or politicians or whatever. Because if somebody overperforms, that's also a problem. But that's the reality of the country.
Maybe one last question. Oops. Okay. Dr. Shinde.
Hello, sir. This is Deva. I'm from University of Hyderabad. My first question is, as you touched upon the issue of spatial difference in the per capita income, and you said that it is the youth who have to mobilize to tackle the issue. But my question is how the people will mobilize themselves and how do you see the role of civil societies in that mobilization? Sir.
So I have a very simple answer. And so, like there's somebody invoked IIT here. And I think my speaker on the left, right? He said IITN will get 2 lakh rupees or whatever. Like this is where the problem starts. You have made IITs and IIMs into placement agencies and nothing else. So shun this bloody idea of placement agencies. You should throw out placement cells of these institutions, make them places of learning, not places of job seeking. And once you make them places of learning, then you create enterprises from there. Your parameter of success should not be what is the level of job you got, but what is the kind of enterprise you created. Have you ever done a study? How many enterprises have the IM guys created? How many enterprises have the ASCII guys created? No, because the whole parameter would be my salary was 20 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 15 lakhs, 25 lakhs. That's the biggest bunkum in the world. I've been a faculty in a business school and I can tell you, you should not do this. So as a young person, you should say that I'm not going to do this if I'm educating. The second thing, in terms of like, how am I able to create products around the knowledge that I have? Let me give you a very simple, like today academics can do so much. You're an academic, I presume, or you're a young student. You can create what I call business model around whatever you're doing and create something gargantuan and fantastic in terms of the value. So that is what it'll have to be. Start celebrating enterprises and start celebrating enterprise creation, job creation, then job seeking.
One last, okay.
One question.
Yeah.
Madam,
One last question to second.
Please give opportunity to others also. Yeah.
I'm Sadhana. I'm from Orissa, Keat and Keats University, Social Section Officer. I really appreciate to Uttam Prakashji for your well presentations to know the involvement of the community and community led and the encouragement to walls. It was really learns many more things. I just want to say that this is a very important part of governments. So per month also my salary reduction for 3,000 rupees for EFO. So my concern is that ki nowadays me complete with all the documentation that I am not Sadhana, I am Sadhana Mishra, Satya Sundar to Sadhana Mishra. My transformation, my gender already changed, the policies changed, still the problem for the documentations. So there are so many trans peoples are really face on this ground of the documentation part. So please look after these things if it is come to the department, and request to please involve many more gender in your office premises to train of them so that they can well work with this group. Thank you.
Last question by Mr. Shinde, and that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. My question is for Amit sir. There are two things are there, sir. We have discussed about the India must do these things, sir. So what should we do for the opening and development of our industry, corporate world, the way the other countries are doing? Because if we want to develop a 2047 like that, so that is one of the thing. And second slide, because I would like to take your opinion for how can we improve the per capita income in the agriculture. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll touch the agriculture first. 42% of people are employed in agriculture. The biggest challenge with agriculture is that we need to improve its productivity. We need to understand that productivity is going down in places like Punjab, Haryana quite dramatically, and we are not even close to the world's best. Like I can just give you an example. I was in Iceland. I went to a tomato farm. So like the productivity was close to 400 times that of an Indian farm. So how do we reach that kind of a level is a question, whether through mechanization or whatever. So this is also an important mindset issue. You know, like in our country, the problem is we have thought that agriculture is non-exciting, non-innovative, without realizing that the heroes that you worship, like something like TCS or Infosys, it is actually more non-exciting, non-technology, because it is all about labor exploitation, labor arbitrage. You can create innovation in agriculture. So there is nothing like a high-tech industry or a low-tech industry. You have high-tech firms and low-tech firms. Create high-tech solutions in agriculture is what the solution is, or the idea is. So look what Israel has done. So when you talk about technology, Israel has done something exceptional in agriculture, and they have also created software, etc., solutions. In India, we have actually talked about labor arbitrage, labor exploitation, and things. In fact, I was in Hyderabad. I must tell you a story. I used to live in Hyderabad for a year. So there used to be a company called Data Monitor, and I was the chief economist with them. So we hired close to about 600 people at that point in time. And you know why we looked at Hyderabad? Sorry for that's the time when I realized this is what I will not do for the rest of my life. It was 2007. We were hiring PhDs for 10,000 rupees a month. That was absolutely exploitative, and I totally disagreed with it. I could not be in the business of labor arbitrage and exploitation of labor. And I just moved out of the company after 9 months itself. So this is what the reality is. But your first question was on industry development. So, you know, like industry will always develop at a location where governmental interference is the least. Let's talk about this city itself. The rise of IT sector in Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Chennai area happened because of great education and educational institutions that got created. It's the legacy of the 60s. And it was doing exceedingly well till the time government did not notice it, until about 1900, 1990s, etc. So, you know, like government will always want to show that, oh, you know, like it is my thing, my policy, my regulation, or whatever. You'll always want to overemphasize. So what I'm saying is deregulate. Government needs to be not in the process of controlling, but in the process of regulating. So somebody in the morning did say, we have to decolonize our mind. So, you know, like the process today, even today, the whole process of governance in India is about control rather than giving freedom. Let's free our enterprises, free our people to think, free our people to do things. So just create a broader spectrum of things that we do not break a certain set of norms of society. Freedom does not mean I can go out and murder somebody or whatever. Freedom would mean that we live happily, positively, etc. So that's the thing. If you want to learn more, I've done the MSME competitiveness roadmap. It's a Niti Aayog publication. Just came out about 3 months back. It's become very, very popular. So have a look at it. I've also done something on skilling roadmap and the competitiveness roadmap. All of this is discussed very deeply out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kapoor and Mr. Kumar. And as a token of our gratitude, please accept this small ASCII memento. We'll break for tea now, and the next session starts at 4 o'clock. Jayaprakash Narayan Garu is already here, and our international speakers have also been lined up. So let's come back by 4 o'clock, please. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Can you ask everybody to come in? Friends, we'll just join in, start the session in 2 minutes. Friends, welcome back after tea. Our next technical session is going to be on state capacity, structures and institutions. We have 4 speakers, one physically with us and 3 joining online. A bit about the profile of the speakers. Dr. Jaiprakash Narayan, name is enough. Everybody knows him in Hyderabad, but still it's my duty to introduce him. Dr. Jaiprakash Narayan is a physician by training and has served as the member of the Indian Administrative Service. He had a tremendously successful tenure and held many important positions in the government of South Indian state of Andhra Pradesh. During the course of his service, he acquired deep insights into the Indian governance process and problems afflicting the nation. Convinced of the need for radical reforms to transform Indian government processes, Dr. Narayan left the civil services in 1996 and with like-minded colleagues founded the Foundation for Democratic Reforms, FDR, and Lok Satta, a people's movement for governance and political reforms. Since then, Foundation for Democratic Reforms and Lok Satta have emerged as a leading civil society initiatives for governance reforms. FDR and Lok Satta have played a crucial role in driving several reforms over the years and are now focused on true federalism and effective and accountable local government, rule of law, education, healthcare, agriculture. Dr. Narayan served as a member of the National Advisory Council and the Second Administrative Reforms and the Vigilance Advisory Council. Welcome, sir. Please join us on the stage. We have also with us Mr. Richard M. Rousseau, Senior Advisor and Chair of India and Emerging Asia Economics, Center for Strategic and International Studies, Washington. Richard Rousseau is a Senior Advisor and holds the Chair on India and Emerging Asian Economics at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He has been working on India-US relations for the last 25 years. He joined CSIS in 2014 after a long career in a range of private sector roles focusing on India. Prior to CSIS, he served as Director of South Asia at McClarty Associates, leading firms work for clients in India and neighboring region. He retains his affiliation with the firm. From 2008 to 2012, Mr. Rousseau was with New York Life Insurance Company, most recently as Head of International Governmental Studies, where he developed strategic plans for the company's public policy and global mergers and acquisitions work, and helped manage the firm's policies in India. From 1998 to 2008, Mr. Rousseau served as Deputy Director of the India-US Business Council and the world's leading advocacy group on behalf of strengthening economic ties between United States and India. While at USIBC, he managed the council's policy groups in the energy, information technology, insurance, media and entertainment and telecommunication sector. I welcome him. We also have Dr. Stuti Khemani. She is a senior economist in the development research group of the World Bank. She joined through the Young Professionals program after obtaining a PhD in economics from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Her area of research is the political economy of public policy choices and institutional reforms for development. Her work is published in leading economics and political science journals, such as the American Economic Review, Journal of Developmental Economics, and American Political Science Review. She has studied the impact of electoral politics on fiscal policy and intergovernmental fiscal relations. drawn policy implications for the design of institutions to promote fiscal responsibility, and analyzed political constraints to efficient allocation of resources for health and education services. She is currently examining the role of mass media and local elections in building effective public sector institutions. She is also the lead author of the forthcoming policy research report, Making Politics Work for Development, Harnessing Transparency and Citizen Engagement. Her research and advisory work spans a diverse range of countries, including Benin, China, India, Philippines, Nigeria, Tanzania, and Uganda. I welcome her. Our last speaker is Professor Alasdair Roberts, Professor of Public Policy, University of Massachusetts, Amherst, USA. Alasdair Roberts is a Professor of Public Policy at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst. Professor Roberts writes extensively on problems of governance and public policy. His most recent book, Superstates, Empires of the 21st Century, was published by Polity Books in 2023. His previous books, Strategies for Governing, Reinventing Public Administration for a Dangerous Century, was published by Cornell University Press in 2019 and has received the Best Book Award from ASPA section on Public Administration Research. 8 earlier books have received 4 book awards. Professor Roberts is the first non-US citizen to be elected as the Fellow of the US National Academy of Public Administration. In 2022, he received the ASPA Riggs Award for Lifetime Achievement in International and Comparative Public Administration. In 2014, he received Canada's Grace Pepin Access to Information Award for his research on the right to information. From 2009 to 2017, he was co-editor of the journal Governance. He was inaugural director of the School of Public Policy at the University of Massachusetts Amherst from 2017 to 2022. In 2022-23, he was Jocelyn Bow Visiting Scholar at the Canada School of Public Service. Professor Roberts has also held tenured faculty appointments at the Queen's University, Syracuse University, Suffolk University Law School, and the University of Massachusetts, Missouri. I welcome Dr. Roberts. So I'll first request Jayaprakash Narayan Garu to set the stage and start the deliberation. Over to you, sir. You may sit and from there and yeah, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Friends, can somebody put up the slide? Is it there loaded? Just the first slide. I deliberately chose this provocative topic. It's the incentives and outcomes stupid. Some of you might have heard of a man called James Carville. He was a Democratic strategist. He ran the Clinton campaign of 1992. And this was his tagline. It's the economy is stupid. So that you focus relentlessly on the one thing that matters. We're talking about institutions. I thought I should wake everybody up from slumber in this postprandial last session of the day on a very dull and boring subject. So I was provocative deliberately, but also there's a reason behind it. We have to focus on institutions. We use the word institutions for this session. There are 2 great paradoxes in public administration in this country. The first is there are tremendous individual initiatives. In the earlier session, I think Kapoor made the point that there are great innovations happening and we don't really pursue it, and successes often scuttle it. Apart from willful scuttling, while there is individual innovation and spectacular success in isolation, oasis of success, we have failed in general in mass replication, learning lessons from the past experience and replicating it across the country. It's in sharp contrast with China. If China has any remarkable success, it is that once they make up their mind that something works, they know how to really replicate it across the country. And of course, they have an authoritarian system. That's not the only reason. There's much more to it. The second paradox is mission mode. We all know we do pretty well. There is an imminent law and order crisis. We are superb. There is a Kumbh Mela, crowd control. We are extremely good. I think very few countries in the world can manage, how many people? 20 crores, 30 crores? I mean, I can't even imagine these numbers anywhere in the world. Or a VIP visit. a prime minister is visiting or something, everything is spick and span, things happen. Election management, conduct of elections, it's a remarkable, very successful exercise. Disaster management, related to our resources and technology, we do a commendable job. But come to routine maintenance of services and service delivery, I don't think I need to say much. We all have enormous experience of how much we fail. It's the same people. It's not different administrators. It's not different machinery. The same machinery, respected in one context, another way in another context. Again, what's wrong? What's happening? In these mission mode operations, without even realizing that we have done it, we have instituted what the British reformers would call executive agency model. Accountability system is instituted, clear definition of goals, allocation of resources, and monitoring and accountability. And each agency functions, so to speak, as a profit center, even if there's no actual profit in economic terms. I don't think it was done understanding the model, but the model came about organically, and it works like a charm. To take again a subject, take elections itself. Election management, election conduct versus what has been very much in the news in recent days and weeks, the voter lists, electoral rolls. Election conduct is those 2 months, mission mode. Voter list is 4 years, 10 months, regular. You can see the contrast. That's the context in which we are discussing. Therefore, in keeping with the title and the theme of this session, let me identify a few bullets. Nothing spectacular, original, but I'm only trying to bring them together so that our minds are a little sharper, we can think much more clearly. The first is, unless we define rigorously the goals and somewhat narrowly, if we have multiple objectives, generally we tend to fail. India is very good at multiple objectives, and everything we have 150 objectives. Sometimes I'm amused when I look at the Millennium Development Goals, particularly the second version. I think there are some 150 sub-themes. You are setting yourself up for failure. A rising tide must lift all boats. When you improve overall performance and outcomes, if you focus on a few generic things, everything else must follow suit. Any public official of any worth knows when she reviews the monthly or weekly or whatever performance as a DGP or a superintendent of police or a district magistrate or something else, the moment you have the 35 items and each one you tick off in a perfunctory manner, it becomes very perfunctory. But if you know which are the 3 or 4 critical goals are the goals, and if you know how to give direction, they are the ones who succeed remarkably. So the criticality is, in a larger macro sense, the state defining its role very clearly, not trying to be everything to everybody, and the administrator in turn defining her role very clearly within a subset. The second is localized power. I was very interested to learn that one of the co-panelists here today is doing work on local governments. Sadly, in India, there's hardly any discussion on local governments. I'm probably one of the last dinosaurs passionately advocating local governments, because I think the bureaucracy, the media, the business class, the middle classes, and of course the politicians, everybody lost faith in local governments. Actually, they don't want local governments. It's a tragedy of gargantuan dimension, both in terms of democratic development of the nation and in terms of service delivery. Not that localization of power brings greater morality, it's that it brings greater accountability, greater transparency, greater public pressure. Localization does 3 things. There is a greater link, synergy between the vote that the citizen gives and the consequences that visit her life in a very direct way, not a very vague, tangential way, but very direct way affecting their personal lives. I vote for you, I get the water supply properly done, the roads are good, or the traffic is managed better, or something else. Very clear, not some vague, esoteric goal of national development or something else. And that is the basis of citizenship and voting in a democracy. In our country, we vote with great gusto, not knowing what we are doing, why we are doing. And with equal gusto, next day onwards, we say, istifa de do. Protests and demonstrations, because we're so disgusted. That's not the way to run a democracy. The element of local government, which we're missing in the country, is the link between taxes and services. The greater the linkage in the people's mind, how much tax I'm paying, what am I getting in return. I know not everything can be clearly defined from a citizen's point of view, national defense, etc. But as much of it as is possible, if the linkage is clear, then the voice is louder. Accountability is greater. Delivery is better. Outcomes really happen. And what is the trick in local government? Just as in the mission mode situations, there is a fusion, ever greater fusion of authority with accountability. If there is one mantra, you want to understand how to improve delivery, wherever this is the accountability, then results improve. If you don't know who is responsible for what, and if you don't know who is authorized to do what, in that everlasting confusion, there will be no results. By denying ourselves the benefit of genuinely empowered local governments, India is setting itself for failure. We are the most centralized government on the face of the earth. I'm not talking centralization in Delhi. Much of the centralization is the state capitals, because states are now in charge of their own destiny. The real challenge is not union versus states. That was the challenge of 40 years ago, 30 years ago. It is now states versus local governments. Unless we come back with a deep understanding of this and then genuinely empower, delivery will never improve. Even Pakistan, despite some glitches now and then, even Pakistan's efforts are far more sincere and serious about local governance. For whatever the reasons, whatever the motives of the rulers of Pakistan, whether Musharraf or Ayub Khan or somebody else, it's done much better. China, an authoritarian country, has much more empowered local governments, effective local governments, deliver remarkably well. And it's not authoritarianism. It's local accountability and empowerment. 51% of all Chinese expenditure, government expenditure, is at the local level. 51%. India, a grand 3%, the lowest in the world. China, highest in the world. Even compared to the United States and all these great democracies. We are the most centralized, significant country on planet Earth. It is not surprising that we are the most dysfunctional also on planet Earth among significant countries. I know it's a very difficult point to grasp for the inmates of India because we have such contempt for our people. Our love for democracy is only skin deep. You cannot love democracy and hate local governance. And you cannot improve delivery without participation of the people and the stakeholders and empowering people with accountability. I have no illusions. I'm not talking with starry-eyed notions. I know local governments are prone to as much corruption as the state and national governments. But it's transparent. It's local. It's visible. The consequences of their actions, good or bad, they're immediately felt by the citizenry. Therefore, the democratic pressure is felt. And the delivery is bound to be there. That's the only way to improve democracy and delivery both. And apart from that, the one shoe fits all approach in India. Now, Government of India comes up with a fabulous, well-designed, well thought out, well considered scheme, but totally irrelevant to the needs of each locality of India. Each tier has its own specificities. The more localized the governance is and decision making is, the more delivery will improve. And sectorally too, there are no universal principles that apply to everybody. While there are some generic principles that would be taken note of, we have to look at each sector with greater understanding. And therefore, decentralization, both horizontal and vertical, is critical in order to improve delivery. And that means we have to go beyond the domain skills. Obviously, you have to have domain skills. Take education, teachers must know how to teach, but that doesn't mean that educational outcomes are going to be there. The government's job is not always to deliver. The government's job is to guarantee delivery. Once something is the state's responsibility, you make the provision, but government is good at monitoring, incentivizing, and measuring. Government is not necessarily good at actual delivering. Where there's no escape from government, yes, government alone must deliver. You cannot ask a non-government organization to conduct elections. You cannot ask private sector to maintain law and order. Actually, they're already doing it. All these gundas, people who settle disputes, we have sort of parceled out justice delivery to these undeclared judges, who later on take the avatar of our leaders and whatever in society. So those areas where the state has to have a natural monopoly, we have to see how best we can do and with effective accountability. But rest, our role is to guarantee delivery, guarantee outcomes, not do it ourselves. If you do is the best solution, so be it. But somebody else will do better, so be it. Your job is to make it happen, not necessarily pretend to do it and not deliver the outcomes. Let me therefore illustrate this point briefly in a few sectors. Obviously, I'm not going to go into any kind of detail. Take education. Well-resourced. The people who say 6% GDP required to be spent, money is not enough, they're talking absolutely out of their hats. We are spending more money than we need to. We're getting very little out of education. It's a joke. It's a disaster. Take school education. We're spending 180. The chief minister himself publicly stated the other day, the state government is spending 108,000 rupees per child per year on school education. Don't tell me you need 200,000 rupees to educate a child. Don't tell me that's the problem. Outcomes appallingly poor across the country, with minor variations. Appallingly poor. It's not even public sector, private sector issue. Private schools are not much better in most cases, marginally better. It's the design, it's the incentive structure, it's the focus on outcomes and outcome measurement. That is the challenge. I'm sure knowledgeable people understand what I'm speaking about. Survey after survey shows us, despite all that we have done right, Right to Education Act, universal enrollment, more money, more teachers, student ratio, better buildings, better bathrooms, all these things, do more. I have no quarrel. None of it has improved educational outcomes. I can even argue outcomes actually have declined. ASA surveys, National Achievement Surveys, PISA survey, which showed that we are 73rd and 72nd respectively out of 74 entities or nations surveyed globally at the age of 15 in outcomes. Mercifully, a country called Kyrgyzstan was on the list. Thank God, otherwise we would have been the last. That's not what India deserves to be. So doing more of the same, saying that I'm enhancing skills, I'm doing more, is not the answer. You generate the outcomes. We are failing spectacularly. Alter the incentives. Measure outcomes better. Have a sensible evaluation system. Not rote learning based or mass copying based, but actually comprehension, communication, application of knowledge, and innovative thinking. Measure it competently and honestly. A lot of things will come into place. Don't worry about who's delivering. Because the children of India, wherever they are, they must prosper. Their potential must be fulfilled. I keep telling people, I don't know if there's a God, but I know that there is sin. There are two great sins to my mind. The first great sin is unfulfilled potential. God or nature has given every child talent, innate ability. If the society does not work hard to fulfill that potential, to harness that talent, give them opportunity to be productive in life, to be wealth creators, to be creators in general, and to be part of prosperity, then we are committing the gravest possible sin. And India is home to the gravest sin in the world. So not more of the same. That's why I keep talking about incentives, outcomes, incentives, outcomes, incentives, outcomes, not inputs, not how hard you work, not how many meetings you have, how busy your calendar is. All this is happening. Everybody is busy all the time. We have to completely rethink. Health poor. Outcomes are better, resources are weak, design is inadequate. Incentives exist better because healthcare is much easier for the patient to appreciate. Because outcome is seen immediately. I feel good, I feel bad, and I reward you politically or otherwise. But design and resources are a problem. Resources are self-evident, I don't want to go into that, but without design, if you think we can improve delivery by merely putting more money alone in healthcare, we are completely off the rocker. You have a grand public primary health structure in the country. In the large part, though there is some improvement recently, I must confess, but in the large part, it hasn't served the country well at all, except in vaccination and a few limited public health issues. The actual healthcare delivery is pretty appalling. Unless you bring in competition and choice and therefore accountability, unless you do better measurement, and unless you figure out where the market works and where the market fails in healthcare, and therefore where the market fails, how to generate the institutional capacity to deliver better outcomes with limited resources, like in tertiary care. And unless the whole system is geared towards that, unless skills are of that kind, it's not enough. The skills cannot be how to be a good nurse or a physician. It has to be how to deliver healthcare outcomes. You take rule of law. If there's one area that is really a colossal failure, is rule of law. Normatively, we are excellent. Everything is on paper. Why is there so much of hullabaloo in Parliament when you say somebody who is facing a criminal charge and is arrested should not be occupying an executive office at a ministerial level? It's not a big issue. It's straightforward. Why is there so much of consternation? Because we don't trust our crime investigation mechanism. We believe in this country might is right. We believe that crime investigation is not impartial, efficient, non-partisan. Because it's a fact that the police force is entirely controlled by the government of the day, the political executive of the day, legally. It's not informal, illegal, it's a legal control. Unless we insulate crime investigation and yet make it accountable, because creating an independent police force is even more dangerous unless it's accountable. I have known countries where I monitored elections where the police chief was feared more than the president or prime minister of the country. We don't want that kind of a situation. And many countries have cracked this problem. Very intricate design, while ensuring autonomy and independence of action, effective accountability through intricate measures to ensure that there is no abuse of authority. Because the rogue police force is far more dangerous than even a politically manipulated police force. There is no evidence in India that we're looking at that when we look at capacity building. Certainly, the obvious professional things, better uniforms, better weaponry, better communications, better physical training, better crime investigation, all this is necessary, but that will not generate better outcomes, I guarantee. Systemic approach to alter the incentives and look at the outcomes. That means police, forensics. I don't know how many of you are aware. There are only about 6,000 forensic DNA analysis annually in this country, 6 to 8,000. Typically in a criminal case that requires DNA analysis, 3 or 4 samples are tested. That means only 2,000 crimes in India can be benefited from DNA analysis. A country of 1.6, 1.5 billion population almost. In a very highly publicized case, who is guilty, who is not guilty, I'm not going to that. In Delhi, it took 1 year for DNA analysis. So forensics, prosecution, procedures, and the courts, the capacity of the courts. Unless you look at it holistically, the totality, both criminal justice and civil justice, you cannot have rule of law in the country. Normatively, whatever you say. Take urban water management. Take Hyderabad city. This city is very well endowed, very lucky. Flanked by 2 great rivers, Krishna and Godavari, draws water from both these great rivers. So theoretically, we have no shortage of water. Per capita, as high as anywhere in the world. Availability of water after pumping water here, 45% is going to be saved without reaching homes. Distributional failure, a collapse. One more example, and I'll conclude. Fire services. An expert in fire services was giving me a briefing in detail yesterday. You have antiquated norms of National Building Code and the law and other things. Fire means water, to put it out, with no understanding of 21st century problems, opportunities, and challenges. Water, to quench a fire which is generated by electric short circuiting, is actually disastrous. If it's a chemical accident, water could sometimes be disastrous. Today we have technology more economical, more effective solutions. Our fire services are blissfully oblivious, utterly ignorant of what's happening. So if you merely teach them how to man the fire station, a fire engine, and then that's no good. We simply have not moved with times. So capacity building is more than merely imparting skills related to the domain. We have to do much deeper. The central issue, let me repeat in conclusion, is unless incentives are altered in order to generate the outcomes, and unless we focus on outcomes and have rigorous and honest measurement of outcomes and make that the guide, and unless you decentralize power as much as humanly possible to bring the convergence between authority and accountability, service delivery will not improve. I know this is a very hard lesson because we are focused on the great. He is a manager who does great things, is an innovator. And yet, despite all the great people, there's no evidence that there is a spectacular difference over a long period of time in the quality of life of one district as opposed to another district. Why? Because one swallow, while it's necessary, does not make a summer. One oasis does not convert a desert into greenery. We have to do it on a mass scale. We have to institutionalize. We have to acquire the capacity to reflect on a big scale. We have to empower our people, trust them, build institutions of accountability. Because the only way for change and improvement is by altering the incentives and therefore the behavior and therefore the outcomes. There is no shortcut. And I hope after this discussion, we will look at this critically, sectorally, and in terms of tiers, and recognize why, despite our best efforts and great intentions, one last week, there are quite a few youngsters, some of you will be paying for civil services. I don't know if these days they're asking about first 5-year plan, second 5-year plan, etc. But when we were asked those things, and when you go through 5-year plans, my God, the most boring thing. We don't even know what the hell which plan is about. Everything is about the same goals. Sometimes the order is slightly altered, a word is altered. We say all these nice things, but in most of the things we spectacularly failed. But some things we succeeded, like food production, at least food grains production. In the 70s and 80s, we did a remarkable job. It happened because, again, they built in an institutional mechanism for mass replication in a limited context. From our own successes, we are failing to learn the lessons, either micro successes or macro successes. It's time that we actually looked at ourselves deeply and the rest of the world and did things differently to get different outcomes rather than doing the same thing and expect better outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very insightful talk. And to take the conversation forward, we have Mr. Richard R. Rosso, who's going to be joining us from the United States. And he's going to talk to us about best practices for government policymakers to engage the private sector. Rick Rosso, over to you, sir.
Great. Should I call up my presentation? Or are you going to do it from the room there?
Sir, we will leave it up to you, sir.
Perfect. Perfect. Good. All right. Let me just
You
take
could share it, sir.
Yep. I'll get it up. All right. Should be visible now, I think. Yes?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Great, great. Well, thanks. Really, it's great to be here. So sorry I couldn't be there in person. I've been a constant visitor to Hyderabad, going back to President Clinton's trip back in 2000 when I was helping to lead the business delegation. The topic, it really appreciate ASCII having me on. I've been involved in the private sector for the last almost 30 years now, working in the U.S.-India commercial lane. And I would say this opportunity about private sector engaging government, it can be, I would say, a bit of a touchy topic in normal times, and to some extent, maybe even is becoming even more important in the current dynamics that we're in right now. Is a lot more commercial development has really kind of military application, that you've got threats rising all over the world, and I think that our governments and private sector need to figure out better channels to collaborate and work together where it makes sense. Actually, speaking a bit from the previous presentation, I think looking both at the United States and India in terms of where business policies are being developed. Of course, we know that in both countries, we've got very strong national governments that do a lot of things that impact how commercial systems operate. The ministries and departments in India, the departments here in the United States, plus sectoral regulators at the national level that have a critical role in defining the regulatory environments that businesses try to operate in. Both of our countries have very powerful state governments. As Dr. Narayan noted, in the United States, we've got relatively strong county and city governments. In India, those levels of governance are a little bit less strong. And in some areas, we've got self-regulatory organizations that actually play a very important role in helping to define self-regulation. Like, for instance, in the United States, the age appropriateness of different movies and such is defined by a self-regulatory organization rather than a government agency. In India, those are a bit more nascent, but there's been a lot of reviews about where some of those areas could be directly applied. So when you think about the areas where governance really is developed and created, and the areas that private sector needs to be involved and engaged, as we begin to look at areas that have a little bit more military application from the commercial lane, those are spaces where I think this coordination has really got to be increased. And I'm really in a fantastic role here as a private sector person, now working in what is widely recognized as the world's top military and defense think tank, CSIS. I find that these two camps, the military security strategy experts and private sector experts, the bridge between how they look at the world has always been a very great distance between. And while that may be narrowing somewhat, I think we need to accelerate, and that this applies both in the United States as well as India. We need to accelerate the process for creating new channels to make sure that our security establishments are working a little bit more closely in lockstep with the private sector, because those bridges become more dangerous over time. Some of the things that are really sort of triggering this thinking is looking at what's been changing in the status quo in recent years. We've seen every day in headlines, and I would say even to some extent, you've seen a lot of the economic moves that China has done in recent years, but even here in the United States now, where you begin to see commercial policy used as a security lever. So it's not just simply limited to friends, allies, enemies, partners. Everybody's playing in this game to some extent. You see expanded use of economic coercion by major economic powers. This is some steps like the Trump administration's announcement of trying to press India to buy less Russian oil, but using commercial levers to try to make that happen. China banning the export of rare earth elements, which are so vital for a lot of our communications and military and other technologies. So economic coercion has been expanding pretty significantly in recent years. You saw supply chain constraints. COVID probably is the most understandable in recent years when trying to get medical equipment, but even areas like we saw were getting supplies related to defense industrial base and such. Some countries were shutting down particular industries while other countries kept them up. And having these integrated global supply chains meant that it was hard to meet orders, hard to make production targets, and keep all manner of equipment there in the field for this extended period during the COVID lockdowns. Related to that, you got concerns of over-reliance on individual countries for global supply chains, whether or not it's a COVID risk, but you may have hurricanes, you may have other natural disasters that force countries and ports to shut down. And again, with increased globalization, that makes all countries' supply chains at some level of risk. You've got the rapid development of dual-use technologies. I hinted at before. Artificial intelligence has massive military and security applications. Quantum is just around the corner for being potentially a game-changing tool. Robotics are growing all the time, and things that were relevant just a couple of years ago and will be increasingly so, like unmanned aerial vehicles. A lot of developments on the front right now that really are kind of forcing us all to think about, what's being done in the private sector, a lot of times being developed totally outside the reins of government, but is going to have a lot of security application in countries like China, where you don't have these big divides between what the private sector does and the country's security aspects. They're going to work in a more concerted way. And so we need to be thoughtful about what these dual-use technologies could do and how we can make sure that governments and private sector work better together. And then a rapidly changing list of friends and enemies, particularly by the United States, and some of the resultant sanctions. It's not just Russia, but We've seen in recent years pressure against the world on buying Venezuelan oil, on economic collaboration with North Korea, Iran. And you never know the twists and turns, especially when you have an administration like is here in the United States right now, which seems to have a different bent on a lot of global issues, depending on the hour and the day. And a lot of decisions seem to be taken more so by social media than by the normal thoughtful ways that we approach a lot of foreign policy issues. Now, when we think about some of these sectors where the walls have really got to be taken down between government policymakers and private sector, there's no perfect list, but the one that I often fall back to was one that was gifted to us 10 years ago when China announced the Made in China 2025 program. We know that China has an incredible ability to move a lot of the channels of private sector together with government ambitions to become dominant in individual areas, not always with perfection. We sometimes overestimate how well China has done, but there's been a lot of sectors and a lot of product areas where China has taken a concerted effort to really become a major dominant player. So you've got these are the main sectors that were outlined in the Made in China 2025. You got robotics and automation, next gen IT like artificial intelligence, cloud and cybersecurity, aerospace equipment, which has extremely direct dual use engineering of ships, railways, low carbon vehicles, power generation infrastructure, agriculture equipment, chemical science, new materials, biopharma, medical devices. It's not a perfect and comprehensive list of the things we need to watch for. Most notably, military equipment is not on here, but you've got these areas plus many more that we can think about, which you've really got to be the sectors I think that get priority when we're thinking about what are the tools the government has to play and how do they collaborate with the private sector. So not a perfect list, but one that I think is a good guide for the sectors that we should all keep in mind when we look at this, breaking down these silos between government policymaking and the private sector. Now, with use of economic coercion, with the development of a lot of these technologies, you do see governments around the world taking significant steps to change regulatory affairs in a manner to make sure that we're not falling behind, that our domestic industries are keeping a pace, or that our countries aren't being swamped by individual suppliers of technologies that have some level of danger. First and foremost, you see restrictions on exports of key technologies. Again, this is something the United States did, the closing hours of the Biden administration, by announcing new regulations in terms of the export of the chips that really power the AI revolution. And who was on the good guy list, who was on the medium list, and who ended up on the bad guy list for steps like that. A lot of people were kind of scratching their heads. India, where you've got so much U.S. IT services partnership and a lot of development of software tools that go into our AI revolution, for India to be on the intermediate list for a watch list was a little bit surprising for a lot of companies that leverage India so heavily as an IT partner. Again, China's use of economic coercion certainly comes to big issues like rare earth elements, but even banning imports of some products is another tool that's been used. India, for instance, has instituted restrictions on import of China-made power equipment because of concerns that there might be bugs installed. Some power outages they had in Bombay and other places a few years ago. So there are some import restrictions as well that countries have adopted. Domestic subsidies. The United States, of course, was always pushing India over some of its domestic subsidy programs. And then the Biden administration announced a range of our own subsidy programs. And then India came back with the PLI programs to try to stoke investment in important industries. So we do see domestic subsidies, which I think not long ago were considered almost kind of taboo for traditional trade economists, but now kind of recognizing that there are some instances where this perfection of model of markets may not always fit when markets intervene with security interests. And you see subsidy programs, I would say, a little bit more comfort in announcing subsidy programs in target industries than you had a few years ago. Trade agreements, something I would say a generation ago in the United States was one of the main tools we were trying to use to cement commercial relationships with critical partners. But the United States has really spent almost 15 years now outside the lane of using trade agreements as a way to build bridges. Probably, the latter half of the Obama administration was the last time that you had a real concerted effort by the U.S. government to try to initiate trade agreements as a tool for cementing economic partnerships. most notably the Trans-Pacific Partnership, but also at the time we were trying to negotiate a trade agreement with the European Union and a few other partners. Those were abandoned. Some like TPP were taken up by the other members themselves. But India, you've actually seen India in the last 5 years take a dramatic shift in how it approached trade agreements as well, signing very significant agreements with the UK, with Australia, with UAE. Now, because of some level of pressure, we're under at least some opportunity to finally get a trade agreement done between the United States and India. But the last mile is always the hardest, and some of the things I know the Trump administration is pushing for has made it difficult. But you do see trade agreements with partners as another avenue to try to link together economies that have like-minded interest in growing together. Investment restrictions. The United States has long had a process for reviewing tricky investments, particularly from China. India has been adopting and strengthening and tightening some of its own investment restrictions in recent years. And local manufacturing mandates and local content rules, which pairs pretty well with some of the trade embargoes that I mentioned before, some of the domestic subsidy programs. But there is an increasing number of sectors in India where there's been bans on imports as a way to stoke domestic industry, not always in security areas. You've seen it in areas like firecrackers, toys, and things like that. But a lot of times it may be done in parallel with areas that have some level of security concern. So I'll touch on a couple of areas in terms of the prescriptions that I recommend, where I think these walls can successfully be broken down. The main point that I want to make here is, from spending a long career in the private sector, companies need predictability. It is the most important thing that will underpin their ability to invest and grow and create jobs and bring that economic prosperity that we all look for. You see corporates, companies operating in some of the most difficult environments imaginable. As long as they have some level of stability, they can figure out ways to make it work. But when you got regulations changing constantly, when you don't know what the next round of regulations is going to look like, that's when it becomes a lot more difficult to determine where is it that you want to place more capital, where do you want to invest. So I'd say, regulatory consistency is crucial. In India, actually, you've got a tremendous level of regulatory consistency at the national level on big regulations. But at the state level, sometimes, especially when you got changes in state government, we saw that 6 years ago in Andhra Pradesh with the YSR government coming in. You've seen it in different times in Tamil Nadu, in that flip-flop between DMK and AIDMK, where new governments would come in and they would sometimes change some of the core regulations that had landed investors, and investors were scratching their heads wondering what did they buy into when every couple of years you might have those big shifts. But look, I mean, the United States is certainly guilty of this as well, and now more than ever. So regulatory consistency is one of the first things. The second, we see an increasing number of business regulations that are driven more by our national security agencies. In the United States, you normally would think of like the U.S. Department of Commerce, the Treasury Department, your state governments, things like that. In India, the line ministries, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, DPIIT, the Ministry of Finance. But as we try to get our arms around the dangers that we face by over-reliance on China of rare earth elements and things like that, you do see our security agencies playing a much larger role in determining commercial policies. And our security agencies do not have habits of cooperation with the private sector. And hammering that together so that private companies understand these are the next couple of sectors our security agencies are going to look at for advanced regulations because of concerns about certain supply chain constraints. Those habits of cooperation do not really exist, and we're having a hard time trying to figure out what's the right level of openness. But you've got to have some. If we've got restrictions on imports of China rare earth elements, private companies need to know what those regulations are going to look like today and in the future. Otherwise, how are they going to make investments in new mining, new separation, new magnets manufacturing? It's hard to make those big commercial decisions unless you've got some insight where regulations are going to go in the next few years. And without that, it can be difficult to make some of the big decisions that our private companies need to make right now. I would say also, the United States has a pretty good system where you got a lot of lateral entrance from business. In government, you may not always have people, if they spent their career in government, that have a really good commercial sense of what are the drivers that help companies to grow. India has been trying to expand the number of lateral entrants. There's been some over time. It's a helpful thing. Sometimes the best voice for trying to figure out how government should intervene in the commercial market in ways that help with security, but also help companies to grow, is by having those voices at the table in government that have that kind of rich experience from the private sector. I also say trade bodies need to evolve. In India, a lot of the trade associations, the big ones, have become a lot more focused on major events and the investment summits and things like that, and don't always engage as sharply as they could with government. And that's different from what it was, I think, 15, 20 years ago, when I found Indian trade associations to be a lot more active. The United States, I'd say they're ramping up a little bit quicker in trying to play a more active role on the security front. But there's always more work to be done, because ultimately trade associations play a vital role in connecting to multiple companies in a given industry with one fell swoop, rather than trying to approach them all individually. The last thing I'll say is, we're not all going to live in a vacuum. The United States and India, we've got to lash our economies together. The United States and Europe, obviously, we got a lot of these great partnerships. There's good things that we can do to grow together. First and foremost, as we all develop on our own investment reviews, concerns again about China investment coming in, maybe Russia investment, things like that. How do we screen that? And if we come up with something that is actionable, some concern, a Chinese private company that actually has these almost invisible linkages to government policy, can we share that with our partners to make sure that if the same company is trying to buy a tech company in the same industry in India, that that vital information that we uncovered, it's good to have better channels to share that information with our investment reviews, to make sure that we're standing together. If we see something that looks dangerous, at least to share that with our friends, so that they can take a look at the same evidence and see if they make the same determination. We need earlier engagement on industrial consultations from companies from partner countries. We saw again during the Biden administration that there was a real strong push by the Biden administration to get U.S. companies in vital industries like semiconductors, telecom equipment, solar panels, things like that, pushing American companies in those industries to invest in India. And I would say making sure that those companies have a voice at the table when India is thinking about its policymaking. Obviously, domestic industry is going to be first and foremost in both of our countries' minds, but making sure we have channels to bring in investors from other countries, like-minded countries in those critical industries, is something to consider as well. Because for an American company who may not have a lot of experience in India, how to navigate government policymaking, it's not the same. It can be a little bit tricky, and making sure that there's open doors is always a helpful thing. A lot more work that we could do on sharing best practices, and frankly, that's been part of my team's work here at CSIS. We connect policymakers between U.S. states and Indian states to look at electromobility policies and hydrogen policies, things like that. There's a lot more work that can be done in that front to connect at the subnational level. Our national governments have pretty good level of engagement most days, but at subnational, it still is relatively nascent. And lessons we're learning at the subnational level on incentives that can actually trigger growth, these are good lessons to share with each other, because a lot of these industries are new. A lot of the patterns of growth are a little bit different than traditional industries. So never a bad idea to share best practices among friends. Here in the United States, when you got a lot of sectors that are regulated primarily at the state level, you've always got leaders. A lot of the smaller states that don't have the same level of regulatory capacity, they'll look at California, New York, and Texas, some of the larger states that have larger regulatory bodies, for guidance in terms of helping to frame first ideas. So it's not just international cooperation, but between our states, sometimes a few states tend to be the leaders in a lot of industries. The last thing I'll mention, and this is perfectly applicable to the U.S.-India front, India wants to accelerate its pathway to becoming competitive in a lot of emerging industries. And there's a lot of pressure they put on the U.S. government to try to get U.S. defense companies and others to offer intellectual property to India for less than commercial rates, and that's difficult. You got U.S. commercial companies like Lockheed Martin and Boeing that have spent billions of dollars developing commercial products that have defense application, and they don't want to share that for less than commercial rates. But a lot of that work on co-development is best done at the startup level. If they're developing the IP together, rather than expecting developed IP by a U.S. mature company to share that with India, a lot of great work can be done with the startup environment. And seeing over the last 11, 12 years, India's concerted efforts to try to improve the ecosystem for startups, to me, is pretty exciting, because India has always had great tech and engineering talent. If that can be unlocked as for partnerships with the United States, with companies in strategic industries and defense, there's a lot of opportunity there. So I'll wrap up my presentation. It's kind of a narrow slice in terms of government engagement, policymaker engagement with the private sector, but it's an important slice that I think in both of our countries has really been undeveloped. And in fact, there's a lot of areas where the United States and India can and should be working even more closely together to make sure that we're not missing the bus on some of these emerging technologies. So I'll leave my remarks there and happy to hand it over. I see Stuti online as a dear friend, so great to see so many friends around the table, but thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. Will you be staying with us to take some questions towards the end, or if you want to leave early, then we'll have your questions now.
Oh, the early was the 6:30 start time, so I'm good now.
Okay.
I'm here. I'll say thank you.
Right. So it's my pleasure to now request Dr. Khemani to make her presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure and privilege to be here. Let me share my screen. Is my screen visible and in slideshow mode?
Yes, please. Yes.
All right, thank you. So let me just start by giving a bit of background of where I'm coming from. I work at the World Bank's research department, which is a kind of unique department among multilateral agencies in being like a economics department in a university, where our core mandate is to engage with the cutting edge of economics research and distill policy implications from that for our organization and indeed for our client governments around the world. And so the insights I'm going to share today are coming from the lens of economics research. Let me give you an outline of the talk, where first I'm going to just very quickly start with what was the view of economics of government in the last century, where the ideas were very much about positing the role of markets versus states. And global policy dialogue was led by the United States under the so-called Washington Consensus. And then I'm going to quickly share what is very different in economics in the 21st century, where research has shifted to argue that institutions matter fundamentally for economic growth. Institutions are needed to support markets. Markets do not operate in a vacuum, and certainly to address areas where markets fail. At the same time as the role of institutions has come to the fore, there's really insufficient knowledge on how to design these institutions, both for private market-led growth, but also for the public good problems that markets are not designed to address. And then finally, I'll give some examples of how India can lead the path into the future, focusing on producing the global public good of credible knowledge on institutions and state capacity. I'll give an example of work that a team of us did in the state of Bihar on the public health system and highlight the role of delegation and empowerment of public health workers. And then I'll flag as an important area of future work the role of decentralization, very much in line with what Dr. Narayan was talking about a few moments ago, and raising the point, however, about the need to think more about the institutional design of local government, what tasks they are assigned to perform. So in the last century, the economics of government was focused on the role of private markets and individual self-interest in actually achieving greater public interest. So I have a quote here from Joseph Stiglitz from his 1988 textbook on public economics, which draws almost exclusively on Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations and kind of forgets about Adam Smith's earlier work of philosophy on the theory of moral sentiments. And I think this quote, which I won't read out, it should be on your screen, hopefully, encapsulates how economics treated government in the 20th century as something to be diminished and set aside so that markets could operate freely. And this was very much how international policy dialogue also commenced with the Washington Consensus on privatization reforms, liberalization, and so on. And I have citations in every slide with the list of references at the end for people to read further if anything grabs their interest. And what is different in economics in the 21st century is this focus on institutions, the need to organize society institutionally to pay greater attention to motivations to serve the public interest and indeed create a role for moral sentiments to do good. And you can see this shift in a very interesting interview of Joseph Stiglitz in 2012 around his book, The Price of Inequality, where he made the main point that rising inequality in the United States and the sheer level of inequality where the top 1% control 40% of the country's wealth will have negative consequences for indeed the strength of the American economy. And he talks in this interview about the need for the elites in their own enlightened self-interest to wake up and realize that such large inequalities are not good for anyone, not even themselves. So it's a striking.
Dr.
Yes?
Khemani, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I guess your slides are not moving.
Oh.
Because
Let me see.
I think you you quit your slideshow mode because I think it was the same issue yesterday also. You could quit your slideshow. Yeah, now it's moving. Now it's moving. We are on the
Okay.
outline.
Okay. Thank you for. So here is the quote from Joseph Stiglitz that I mentioned, where well, I won't read it now in the interest of time. And so then now I'm on this slide. So this slide, and now is it visible, Ramya?
Yes, yes. We are on what is different in economics.
Yes, okay. So here's I've shared my slides with the organizers and happy to have it circulating so that people can click on these links if it so interests them or see the references. And not only did the economists' view of the role of institutions and the need to for public interventions change, but it also became reflected in an updated and much more open Washington Consensus, which Dani Rodrigue discusses in his 2006 article. And then next, we, of course, have the recent Nobel Prize going to Daron Acemoglu, Jim Robinson, and Simon Johnson on their role, on their research on how inclusive institutions play a fundamental role in shaping economic growth. There's also a strand of work, Sam Bowles is the citation here, which have been arguing in a more micro-empirical fashion about the importance of values in shaping economic behavior, that even successful markets depend upon good behavior, proclivity to honestly and in good faith conduct economic transactions. So this kind of analysis is coming into economic research. And then focusing specifically on the topic of today's conference, the need to understand motivation in government agencies. Fred Finan at the University of California at Berkeley, along with co-authors, has one review article on this. I have another review article on how is economic theory suggesting different ideas for understanding motivation in government agencies. And here, I think the new idea I would like to share is economics is going well beyond incentives when it comes to the public sector. And there are ideas of intrinsic motivation, which in economic models is about selecting which kinds of people enter the public sector, the selection of good citizens into the public sector. And social norms, peer-to-peer pressure. Peer-to-peer pressure can work in negative or positively reinforcing ways. And so these ideas are quite different from pure focus on incentives, with very practical applications to how a state designs its contracts with its various workers. And finally, there's more research happening on the role of trust, both within society as essential for every economic transaction and as a driver of economic growth, and between society and the state. And again, Dr. Narayan also alluded to this earlier, and it is indeed a very flourishing strand of economics research. So here, what I've tried to do is simply list out, this is what's happening at the cutting edge of economics. What is missing is we are thinking up all these ideas. A lot of them are theoretical, but to build these institutions, we need more survey evidence. We need more policy experiments and impact evaluation. And this is where I posit that India can lead going forward, given its huge investments in institutional building and state capacity. And I'm going to give an example from work we did in the state of Bihar in the healthcare sector. And so the specific area of state capacity that I will now sort of illustrate all the ideas I just shared in the previous slide is the role for a cadre of community embedded public health workers, which has become very important. And there's almost a consensus among health policy experts and in the WHO after Ebola reinforced during the COVID-19 pandemic. And with everyone predicting that more pandemics are likely to come our way, this cadre of health workers has become a technical need that health experts have bemoaned that there isn't enough investment in them, despite the lessons from Ebola and COVID-19. So let me now take that as a point of departure and share what we did to understand incentives and motivation among health workers in the public health system in one state in India. So this was a very large survey which we conducted between November 2018 and March 2019. We picked 16 districts out of the total of 38 in Bihar, 64 blocks within those districts, and 254 village government areas or gram panchayats in those blocks. And at each administrative level, this picture shows you the village, the block, and the district. We interviewed not only the main cadre of public health workers at that level, but also the supervisors, both in the administration, but also in the political sphere in each of those levels. And at the village level, we also surveyed more than 4,500 households who are the beneficiaries and the citizens, and members of the women's self-help groups. And this survey, the questions were designed using economic theory's view of state capacity as a series of interdependent principal-agent problems, when one type of person, the agent, takes actions on behalf of or at the behest of another, the principal. So here's a schematic of how to think about state capacity as principal-agent problems. The ultimate principals are the people. People delegate to their political leaders who form the government. Political leaders decide policy and delegate to the bureaucracy to implement the policy. And bureaucrats, in turn, manage thousands of frontline providers. So let me share with you the evidence we have on the within bureaucracy principal agent problem of lack of trust between the supervisors in the bureaucracy and the frontline health workers. So one of the questions asks people to tell us, what do management meetings consist of? And what is discussed, and there was a list of things, and for each of those things people could say, yes, this is always discussed, or it's sometimes discussed. As you can see from these bar charts, by far the majority of respondents across the cadres of health service delivery, the first bar is for the community health workers, that's CHW. The next bar is for the auxiliary nurse midwife or ANM at the village level health subcenter. The next bar is for the auxiliary nurse midwife ANM in the primary health center at the block level. The next bar is for the staff nurse, who is the nurse in higher tier public district hospitals, and doctors in the district hospitals or the block health centers. And across these cadres or workers, they report that bad performance and scolding happens almost always or in meetings. This picture is reinforced by the supervisor respondents in the survey. So the blue bar is supervisors saying we discuss bad performance in meetings, and 76% of supervisors say they always discuss bad performance in a meeting. As opposed to rewarding workers, which 14% of supervisors say never happens in a meeting. And rewarding in this context is more like encouraging positive reinforcement messages. There was one question which asked whether the extent to which a respondent agrees or disagrees with the following statement: irrespective of my efforts, the system will not allow people's health outcomes to improve. And here too, strikingly high shares of respondents agree with the statement. So even amongst supervisors, 79% agree with this statement. And the similar patterns are obtained as you go down the chain of the health cadres, with community health workers, almost 74% of them agreeing with this statement. Another interesting tidbit from the survey, I'm just sharing snapshots of this. All the references are there for anyone to look at the details of the work, was the following statement. Again, they had to respond with agree, disagree. In my work, I have to take permission for every little thing. Even supervisors, at 67% of them, agreed with this statement. And of course, these numbers increase as we go down the health cadres, with the community health worker bar at the bottom showing that 76% agree with this statement. So altogether, the data showed a very clear picture of distrust, negative vibes in meetings with active scoldings, and a sense of inefficacy of everybody from the top down the chain of command to the cadres at the front lines about their ability to do their work well, and their view of the system in bringing all their efforts together to deliver health outcomes. And finally, there was, let me share one other tidbit from this module, where we asked them how many, we had heard during field work that there's a problem of salary payment. And it turns out that these community health workers, who, for those who know all these, the names in the audience, which I'm sure you do, the Ashas and the Anganwadi workers, who were at the front lines of COVID very soon after this survey, they had not received their remuneration according to, it's not quite salaries, but their incentives for the last 6 months at the time of the survey. When I presented this work to the then Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Mr. Sushil Modi, the late Sushil Modi ji, this really perturbed him, and he turned to his finance secretary to look into this matter. But all of this paints a picture that those at the front lines who are actually delivering services are not receiving respect or trust or even their salaries. But perhaps there are good reasons for lack of trust. So let me give you an example of part of the health cadre, which is a regularized staff, unlike the community health workers who are quasi-voluntary and not a regular appointment in the state government. Among the 254 Gram Panchayats in our sample, we found 226 village level health centers, which are supposed to be, which are supposed to have an active ANM there. But in those, we found only we found that 145 were closed. Also, 64% of the sample was simply inactive when we tried to visit them. The survey team was able to interview the 81 ANMs in the open health centers. And then by asking around the village, we were able to interview 28 more. So even our own experience as the survey researchers, we found direct evidence that of the ANMs not being present. And this came out even clearer in us, the respondents who actually live in these villages and have better information about whether the ANM is usually available for the provision of health services. And across our village level respondents, from the ordinary no office holding citizens to the women who lead these self-help groups, to contenders for Mukhya, these are a type of respondent who had contested in the previous Gram Panchayat election for the Mukhya position but had not won, the current ward members and the current Mukhya. Really large percentages say that the ANM is rarely or never present to deliver health services. And the picture from the beneficiary side, from the people side, reinforces that the cadre they rely on for preventive healthcare services, especially reproductive and child health, are these community health workers. So this is the percentage of our household respondents who say they rely on community health workers. So it's about 69%. That rely on community health workers for antenatal care. This is the number of 75% of citizens report relying on community health workers for supplements like iron and folic acid during pregnancy. Women report in large numbers, almost 76%, receiving nutrition supplements for their children from these community health workers, which is indeed the core work of some of them, like the Anganwadi workers. But in contrast to the ANMs, it seems the community health workers are in fact doing the job that is assigned to them. So when these results were shared with the government of Bihar, and at the time, the government of Bihar was also facing pressure from the community health workers to be regularized, to receive regular living wages. And the concern among policymakers was that, one, this will, if they were to regularize these cadres, it would mean a huge increase in fiscal costs. And it was not clear whether this cost would come with commensurate benefits. One concern was that people in society will not value the public health spending. And the second concern was that once this community health workers are regularized, they may stop working, just like the evidence on the ANMs, because they don't have the incentives. And so let me give you evidence on what the people think about public health spending. So these are just slides which give you in English and in Hindi, which is the local language of the state, the question we asked. But in the interest of time, I'm going to jump to the results. Citizens overwhelmingly expressed a preference for spending on public health over any other category. And the other categories were cash transfers for the poor, jobs for the targeted to the poor, kind of with the NREGA type scheme in mind, or workfare programs, and roads as another sort of broad public good spending. So, for example, the first low bar shows that only 13% said they would prefer cash over a policy of spending on targeted cash transfers to poor people over broadly delivered public health services. Then if you go to the fourth bar, health over jobs, even in a context like Bihar, where the labor markets are really poorly functioning and jobs is a big issue for the youth of the state. Nevertheless, in a one-on-one trade-off between allocating additional public spending to improve healthcare for women and children versus providing government jobs targeted at the needy, 71% preferred health over jobs. Now, with this evidence, we then presented some ideas for reform, which again get at what I think Dr. Narayan was getting at, was ultimate motivation to get a job successfully done. It is not clear that the best way to do that is through high-powered incentives, is the term we use in economics, where, I mean, these ASHAs and A&M workers have very high-powered incentives. They have to perform a service in order to get the remuneration. All the meetings with the supervisor scolding and discussing bad performance, that's incentives, and it's not working. So there's a greater role for intrinsic motivation. And I'm going to give you some data from the survey in a moment on how do we measure intrinsic motivation. There's a greater role for peer-to-peer professional norms to work together constructively, to make the system work together, than top-down hierarchical monitoring. And we have an example from the state of Ceará in Brazil on how precisely these kinds of forces of intrinsic motivation, peer-to-peer professional norms were leveraged through strategic communication campaigns using relevant local media, radio in this case, to shift beliefs and expectations about how others are behaving. And that led to dramatic improvements in healthcare outcomes and establishment of this cadre of professional cadre of frontline health workers. So we presented, we used the Bihar data to take the abstract idea from the previous slide, and we spelt out exactly how in the Bihar context these communication interventions could happen in management meetings, infusing encouraging and inspirational messages, using the WhatsApp platforms that we had evidence on the cadres using, using mass media like Hindi newspaper circulation in Bihar in the Ceará style public campaign, and indeed enlisting the role of village elected Gram Panchayat politicians. And if these three types of communication were done, the argument is, and it's a testable argument, which should be tested and implemented experimentally and impact evaluated rigorously, is that then giving regular living wages to community health workers as a cadre of public health workers to tackle whatever next health crisis is coming our way may be a viable option.
Dr. Kimani, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but if you can wind it up in the next 5 minutes.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry about that. So we had done this kind of survey in Uganda where we measured things like integrity and public service motivation. And we had found that the integrity of locally elected politicians, analogous to the Mukhia and the Gram Panchayats of Bihar, were very significant correlates of public health service delivery by districts in Uganda. And so we measured these things in the context of Bihar. We found that the health sub-center A&Ms have much lower measures of integrity compared to all other GP level respondents and compared to all of their peers in other health cadres. And we found that they also have lower public service motivation. And finally, the last thing to share with you is that the village elected politicians have higher measures of public service motivation compared to other GP level respondents. All these graphs are cumulative distribution functions. And so the further right you go means you have those respondents with higher mass of public service motivation. Now, there are lots of caveats to this, which you might already be occurring to people about social desirability bias, gaming these surveys. All of that we take and we address. But the bottom line that I want to leave you with are these meta ideas for state capacity, which go beyond incentives, which are new economics research on the particular role for intrinsic motivation, peer-to-peer norms, and trust when it comes to the work of the public sector. And there are two specific ideas to inculcate this: the role of delegation, autonomy to frontline providers, which I described in the Bihar experiment, And second, the role of locally elected governments. To echo almost everything that Dr. Narayan said, I agree with. And I want to point you to two pieces of research comparing the Chinese experience with the Indian experience, and showing indeed that China has been able to do a lot successfully with greater role for local governments, not elected in the Chinese context, but nevertheless with other forms of accountability of local governments to in their societies. So let me stop there, and all the references are here for people to follow up. Sorry, I went over time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kimani. Will you be staying with us because the Q&A will be towards the end, or if you're...
Yes, I'm
wonderful,
here.
wonderful, wonderful. Now it's my pleasant duty to welcome Professor Alistair Roberts for his talk, please. Yes.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right? Someone give me a thumbs up. Good. Okay, so I'll start sharing screen. Just can someone give me a thumbs up just to let me know you're looking at my PowerPoint slide? Good. And let me just double check, since I like to do my checking. Is the slide moving back and forth? You're good. Okay. Good. Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to talk with you today. My name is Alistair Roberts. I'm a Canadian, although I work in the United States. And I know you've had a very busy day, and you've absorbed lots of information over the day. And I believe I'm the last presentation of the day. So I will aim to keep my presentation light and fairly short, and just give you a couple of ideas that I'm working on right now. So I'm a university professor. Someone asked my son years ago when he was small what I do for a living, and he said, well, my dad sits at his desk all day and writes books. So these are some of the books that I've written. If you're interested in anything I'm talking about, if you go to my website, which is aroberts.us, you can see some videos about different things I've been working on over the years. I've been very fortunate to visit India many times. My first visit was back in 1998. I used to do a lot of work on right to information law, and then the first time I visited India was when, before the Right to Information Act of 2005 was adopted, I believe there was a 2002 law that was adopted but never notified, never put into force. And so I was over in the late 90s working on that law. But I've gone on to talk about a lot of other things with regard to governance, both in the United States and internationally as well. Let me just tell you a bit about what I do. So I'm a professor of public administration. My work differs from a lot of the scholarship done by folks in my field, particularly in the United States. I would say there's sort of three distinctive features about the way I approach the field of public administration. The first is that I prefer to take what I'll call a macro level perspective. I spend a lot of time thinking about system or regime design rather than the sort of nuts and bolts questions about internal operations. Obviously, both kinds of work are important, but I tend to focus on the sort of higher level questions. When we talk about state capacity, very often we're talking about system design. I also take a historical or long-term perspective. There's a tendency for scholars in the West, particularly in the United States, to think that public administration was a field that was just invented 100 years ago. As we know, statesmen and scholars in countries like India and China were thinking about state capacity 2,000 years ago, asking some fundamental questions about how you organize the operations of the state. And just to follow on the point I make last time, one of my concerns about the field, especially the academic field, the journals and books, scholarly production and so on, is that it focuses to a very unhealthy degree on the experience of the West and particularly the United States. That is, the sort of problems we focus on or the way we think about problems tends to reflect the experience of a very small handful of countries, not the full realities of governance around the world. I also take for granted in my work that fragility is a fact of life. Every political system is fragile. Sometimes there's a tendency to think, well, you know, states in the global north are stable, states in the global south are fragile. I take the view that fragility is a universal phenomenon. What Americans are dealing with today is a problem of state fragility. And I would argue that this problem of fragility is going to be a sort of common problem for governments around the world as we move into a very difficult century. It's also my view that big states are different than small states. India, China, the United States, I'm going to throw in the European Union as a political system. I call them super states. They're qualitatively different than other countries. The average country on this planet has a population of about 30 million people. It's about the size of New Zealand. Obviously, governing a country like India is a totally different exercise. And we need to recognize that when we're talking about governance, there's a qualitative difference between talking about India and talking about most other countries. There's a phrase in the development literature about getting to Denmark in terms of governance. Well, you know, Denmark is a totally different enterprise than India or China. My main question is how you design political systems or regimes so they're resilient, so they can handle different shocks and stresses, and high performing, good at producing the essential services. So that's the sort of general framework. I'm just going to talk about two concepts. One, I wanted to sort of tell you about a concept I was working on in my last book, which was about Canada. Canada is not a super state. It has lots of land, but it only has about 35 or 40 million people. So relative to countries like India, it's population-wise relatively small. But I wrote a book, and what I was asking in this book was about the concept of adaptability. And I'm just going to talk about this for a moment and suggest that when we're thinking about state capacity overall, the capacity of the Indian system of government, one question that might be interesting to think about is, what is its capacity for adaptability? By which I mean its capacity to change course, to change its policies, change its important institutions as circumstances change. The premise is that the world is a volatile, turbulent place. Conditions are constantly changing. National strategy has to change, and policy and institutions have to change. And I can basically lay out what I think would be the 4 criteria for any state that wants to be adaptable. The first is that the system would have to be good at looking down the road and anticipating challenges that are going to be coming, let's say, 25 or 30 years from now. They would have to be clever at creating new strategies for dealing with the challenges they can see coming down the road from a long-term perspective. They would have to be good, the system would have to be good at building political consensus, agreement among leaders and citizens about the path forward, and then also good at translating this proposed new strategy into action, actually amending or reforming policies and institutions. And so that's the concept of adaptability. I go on in the Canadian case to sort of give a little diagnosis about what I think has gone wrong in the Canadian case. I won't belabor the point, except to say that I think that one of the difficulties in Canada is that for a bundle of reasons, they have corroded their capacity to do long-term thinking, to think creatively about strategy in the long term, and to build political agreement and translate new ideas into action. And that's partly because they thought the world was going to be sort of a safe and stable place. I'll just make a note that since the election of Donald Trump, Canadians have radically changed their thinking about their place in the world, and I think they're more alert to the idea that you have to start thinking about long-term challenges. But let me just suggest, before I move off this topic, that one of the things you might want to think about when you're thinking about state capacity in India, you might think about the country as a whole, you might think about a particular state, you might think about a particular local government, is whether they're well designed, not just to govern for today, to govern for the moment, but whether they're well designed to see the challenges that are coming down the road 25 or 30 years from now, or even 10 years from now, to anticipate challenges before they arrive. You know, they always say when they're teaching you how to drive, you shouldn't look at the road immediately in front of you. You should look down the road a few hundred yards to see the oncoming traffic. One question you might ask about any level of government is whether it's doing a good job at looking down the road. So that's all I'll say on the point of adaptability, except to say that it might be a concept worth thinking about as you think about state capacity. I'll just say a word about the project I'm working on now, which is about centralization. And this is sort of a report on my homework because I'm in the middle of a project. So I'll just say a few words about this. I'm looking at what I'll call the superstates, the very big political systems that I identified earlier on that include India. And the argument I'm going to make is that in all of these systems, if I look at the experience of these systems over the last 100 years, you've seen a tendency towards centralization of two types. The first type is vertical centralization, by which I mean the shift of authority from lower levels of government up to higher levels of government. And the second is horizontal centralization, by which I mean the shift of authority toward the executive at the senior level of government, away from other countervailing institutions like the legislature or the judiciary and so on. And I'm not going to argue that if you look at any place, it's a relentless drive towards centralization. There's obviously moments where things appear to reverse course, but I'm going to argue that over the century, the tendency has been toward centralization. And reformers, many people, statesmen and policy analysts and so on, at different points in history, actually argued centralization was a good thing, that it was going to make government work better, that if you cared about things like national unity and security and economic growth and human development and the protection of rights and empowerment of people, that centralization was the way to go. And the argument in my book is going to be that the people who were advocating for centralization over the last century tended to underestimate the costs or the problems of centralization, of which I think there are four. The first is that the center turns out to have less capacity for intelligent action, smart decision-making than we imagined. The second is that if you move a lot of decision authority up to the top, you increase the risk of gridlock or stagnation, the inability of the system to make decisions at all. The third is problems in delivering complex citizen services like healthcare, education, policing, and there are probably a few other items at the list. Services that require a lot of expert judgment at the field level. Complex services like these are very important in a modern state, and I'm going to argue that highly centralized systems are not good at delivering them. And then finally, I'm going to argue that one of the difficulties with large-scale, system-wide programs is that they're not just very hard to manage, but they're very hard to reform or adapt when it becomes clear that they're not working properly. So that's going to be the gist of the argument that I'm making in the book that's presently underway. I recently did a lecture down in Washington, and I did an article that made this argument in the American context, if you're interested. If you go to my website, which is again aroberts.us, you'll be able to download the article. If you can't find it, just email me. It's called The Crisis of Design in American Government. And basically what I say is, look, everybody is fixated on Donald Trump at the moment and all the things that Donald Trump has been doing. And there's a perception that there's a constitutional crisis because of the various actions that Trump is pursuing. I don't want to diminish that sort of concern, but my argument is that the deeper constitutional problem in the American context right now has to do with the design of the system as a whole. And consistent with the theme of my book, it's a problem of over-centralization, because over a century, authority was moved up from state governments in the US to Washington, so that now we're all fixated on what Washington is doing, and authority was moved over to the presidency. And this isn't just a Donald Trump phenomenon. Both Democrats and Republicans, liberals and conservatives, did this over the course of the century because everyone thought it would make the system work well. One aspect of centralization is that American governments are relatively weak. They have very low state capacity for a bundle of reasons. They're not good at delivering services. They're not good at protecting fundamental rights. One of the reasons that people centralized in the United States over the last century was this perception that states at critical moments in American history were simply not competent to either deliver services or protect people or protect their rights. So the system became over-centralized. Everything got shifted up. And one of the arguments I would make is that you've moved a lot of authority to Washington, and the institutions in Washington are really not good at processing all the demands that are now forced upon them. What are the costs of centralization in the American context? One is overload. Both the presidency and Congress having more issues on their plate than they're capable of dealing with intelligently, which means that you get a lot of decisions that are not well reasoned, or you get simply non-decisions, a failure to act. Related to this is gridlock, because you have intense partisan conflict at the center. The center can't figure out how to make deals and adopt new policies. You've got a system that now actually intensifies social divisions in the United States. If you want an example, look at the way we think about presidential races in the United States now. There's a perception that who becomes president is sort of an existential life or death matter. And this is a relatively new phenomenon. Why has this happened? It's because Washington has become so powerful and the presidency has become so powerful that everybody in the country is deeply anxious every time there's a presidential election. So we talk a lot about polarization in the United States. The system is actually designed in such a way that intensifies social polarization and corrodes national unity. And then finally, in the US, and I won't belabor this point, there are a lot of very big national programs that are hard to manage because of their scale, because they have all of these complicated principal agent problems, and very hard to reform when it's clear they're not working very well. So that's the American story. I mean, if you'd like to look at the article, again, just look at my website or get in touch with me. Now, I haven't executed a comparable, this is a work in progress. So I'm familiar with the Indian case, but this is going to be a very very preliminary sketch of what I think I'm going to argue. So it is clear that the Indian system is also quite centralized. It's more centralized than the American system, less centralized, obviously, than China. Sometimes, as you know, called a quasi-federal system. I won't belabor these points because they'll be familiar to you. There are restrictions in the formal powers of the states. As you know, there's this case before the Supreme Court of India right now about the role of governors, which is one aspect of this. There are fiscal constraints on the states, their capacity to tax and spend and borrow, and administrative constraints on the states, that is, various ways in which the center permeates or influences administrative actions at the state level. This is all I know familiar to you. And then, of course, we've also got horizontal centralization. India, like my own country of Canada, but being a parliamentary democracy, puts a lot of power in the hands of the chief minister. And of course, over the course of Indian history, there have been lots of arguments about why centralization seemed like the right thing to do. It's shaped very heavily by the British legacy, the contours of the India Act before independence, many arguments that central authority was necessary to preserve national unity and security, to promote economic development, an argument that was made by Nehru decades ago and is still made by Prime Minister Modi today, and even for rights protection. So, you know, let's give the proponents of centralization the benefit of the doubt and basically say that there was an argument at the time that centralization would make government work better, and that's why Delhi had to have a large role. One of the questions I want to explore is whether centralization has had unintended consequences. That is, has centralization, as in the United States, tended to cause policy errors by the center that have been costly or adversely affected Indian development? I think there's a fair amount of evidence that centrally run schemes or laws tend not to work very well precisely because of the long chains of principles and agents that are involved in them. We've got good evidence that centrally run laws and schemes are difficult to reform precisely because of their scale and complexity. And one thing I do wonder about is whether the system has undermined redundant capacity. That is to say, has centralization undermined the capacity of states, for example, to deal with emergencies by themselves without resort to the capacities of the center? Something that I wonder about, especially given that we know that in coming decades, for example, climate change is likely to increase the number and severity of extreme events in India as elsewhere. So last slide. One of the things I'm wondering about, and I want to make clear that I'm not concerned just about India, I'm thinking about the problem of centralization in all large, supersized political systems. There was a certain point, the argument made by reformers over the last century that centralization was the way to go. That if you created a system in which there was a lot of authority at the top, that would be the formula for unity, economic growth, and human development. I think we can ask retrospectively, because bear in mind, when people were making this argument 80 years ago, they didn't know how it was going to work out. They were conducting an experiment. They were testing a hypothesis in government. I think we can look back and say, well, perhaps the results of the experiment weren't exactly as you expected. That's the backward-looking aspect of the project. But the other aspect of the question would be, is centralization or a highly centralized system the right formula for the next 80 years? We know that we're going to be living in a very turbulent century. We can list the challenges that are going to be confronting all superstates in this century. Economic challenges, technological shifts, climatic shifts, demographic shifts, changes in the character of the population. It's going to be a very challenging, turbulent century. And the question is, what sort of system design is best suited for assuring resilience and high performance when you're navigating through very turbulent waters? And my suspicion is that over-centralization or a highly centralized system is not the right formula, that you don't get resilience and high performance, that what you actually do is increase fragility and reduce the capacity for the system to perform. And that a more decentralized system, although it may not seem intuitively correct, will actually be more robust and better performing. So thank you very much for taking the time to listen to my presentation, and I'd be glad to stick around and take some questions as well. And I'll stop sharing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Roberts. Now the floor is open for Q&A. Some ground rules. When you are asking a question, just identify yourself so that our speakers can understand who you are here.
My name is Vikram Kapoor. I'm Director General Training, Tamil Nadu, and Director and Administrative Staff College. My question is, of course, to Mr. Jayaprakash Narayan. After hearing the other esteemed speakers and yourself, I want to draw your attention to one of the most, I think, pressing problems India, especially rural India, faces, which is of malnutrition. And despite having something like the Poshan Abhiyan for quite some time, there is anecdotal evidence that we are still floundering on malnutrition. There was a recent article, in fact, in one of the leading dailies, which showed that in stunting, which is one of the forms of malnutrition, our record continues to be poor. We've not made much headway. Although some states have improved, but states like Bihar, which Dr. Kemani, I think, highlighted, situation continues to be pretty bad. She also highlighted some of the factors which could perhaps be responsible for this dismal state of affairs in such states. I would feel that there is some lack of coordination happening at the grassroots level. I mean, this whole Poshan Abhiyan, for example, requires a great deal of coordination. The various functionaries, the grassroots functionaries that she mentioned, like the ANMs or the AWWs, the Anganwadi workers, they all report to different line agencies, as you well know, having been in government. ANMs would be reporting to the health department, AWWs to the ICDS or the social welfare, and so on. We've also seen that a lot of these places, and I'm sure in Bihar as well, there's very little panchayat oversight on these kind of programs. And maybe that's the reason why perhaps this kind of coordination is not happening. States tend to run these kind of programs directly, maybe because of the advent of IT and latest communication technologies. And taking cue from what Professor Roberts mentioned about centralization, perhaps there is this tendency to appropriate powers at the state level at the risk of, and at the cost of the local bodies. You mentioned that there has been this centralization at the state levels to the extent that now states have become pretty powerful at the expense of local bodies. Unfortunately, I don't see any organ of the state, whether it's the legislature or the executive or the judiciary or maybe the fourth pillar, the media, taking any steps to reverse this or to correct this kind of disproportionate allocation of resources to the states. Obviously, there is a failure of the 73rd and 74th Amendment in terms of implementation. You've been one of the proponents of this decentralization. So my question to you is, not just in the context of malnutrition, but overall, what will it take really to empower local bodies? You mentioned that it's a problem, but given that none of the agencies seem to be interested, despite overwhelming evidence given by experts like what we heard today, so much of evidence available, why is it that what will it take to actually change course? Sorry for this long thing.
Thank you for that question. Let me briefly talk about malnutrition, but focus on the main point you're making. I think calorie malnutrition is no longer the problem of India. There is sufficiency of calories. The challenge is protein malnutrition. That's why stunting of growth and all kinds of things that happen. Starvation, as we understood in 1670s, is no longer there in India. That I'm pretty confident. And the failure is, as you said, substantially because it's highly centralized, bureaucratized. And we don't even have adequate protein production actually in the country. If you take the pulses production in the country, we are largely vegetarian. Even those who eat non-vegetarian, if you take the content, about 80-90% of the protein is vegetarian protein. There simply is inadequacy up there. And even what is available is distributed very poorly. Our nutrition programs don't go into the holistic nutrition, they only go into the calorie nutrition. And absence of local government role. is a critical factor. Both the bureaucracy and the non-profit sector, they don't want decentralization. Even the non-profit sector, they feel local governments compete with them. Having said that, I also want us to be a little careful about these numbers of malnutrition. That 72% in rural areas and 50% urban areas are malnourished. I don't buy this. Because sometimes we take simply the statistics, the data from other countries about the height of a child and so on and so forth. We assume that they're all inflexible things. When I joined IAS, I was 54 kilograms with a height of 5 feet 9 inches. Now, officially, that is malnourishment. I mean, to be truthful, I don't think there's any evidence of my physical or mental incapacity on account of that. Next generation is definitely taller. My children are 5'11", my daughter is 5'9". So, generationally, there's an improvement. So, sometimes, instead of going into numbers, go into actual consequences. But having said that, there is a problem. But the bigger question, what does it take to change the trajectory of centralization? I wish I could tell you give you a happy answer. I can honestly say that I did my absolute best to try and empower local governments. There was a time when we were this close to amending the constitution to actually empower. It didn't happen. I don't think in the next 20-25 years it's likely to happen. The perversion of 73rd, 74th amendments will not be undone by a constitutional amendment is what I have come to believe. If I am wrong, I'll be delighted. But my judgment is it's unlikely to happen. And 73rd, 74th amendments are well-meaning, but they're a disaster. Actually, the earlier Panchayat Raj system, local government system, between 1958 and about mid-70s, when it was given up, in large parts of India gave very good results. Whereas now, structurally, we made it impossible to perform unless there is tremendous political commitment and bureaucratic ability, like in Kerala. Relatively, Kerala is the only state that had the real political will across the spectrum, irrespective of who is in power. I don't think those circumstances can be replicated in the rest of India anytime soon. In the absence of that, in the absence of political will to amend the constitution, I don't see the constitutional restructuring happening. 73rd, 74th amendments, as I keep saying ad nauseum, they created overstructured, underpowered local governments. They gave an illusion of local governments without local governance. Just to give an example, the American Constitution today, with all the amendments, is about 7,400 words long. Initially about 4,700 words, today probably 7,400. That 73rd, 74th amendments themselves are 7,700 words. And to my knowledge, there is no country on earth where the constitution at the federal level decided how a panchayat should elect its leadership. It's absurd in the extreme. But when it came to actual empowerment, what are the subjects that they will be in charge of? And what is the devolution of resources? We are circumlocution at its worst. It is a hopeless amendment. Much is said about that grand amendment. It's a disaster. I am not doubting the intentions. But good intentions do not make good policy. So what is the way out? There are two possibilities. The first is urban India is becoming increasingly important. That's where the money is, that's where the voice is, that's where the capacity is. If we can generate the pressure from the voters and the taxpayers in urban India to improve the delivery of services, and therefore as a corollary of that, not as a principle, the fight for decentralization, but as a corollary of failure to deliver despite paying taxes, and city governments are increasingly self-reliant because that's where money is, then politically the parties will find the need to change it, at least in urban India to start with. And India will become increasingly urbanized. We're actually urbanizing very slowly. If we also hasten the process of urbanization by local development of small towns, instead of thinking of only a Chennai and a Bengaluru and a Hyderabad and a Mumbai, but actually local urbanization, in situ urbanization, that will to a significant extent solve the problem. The second is we have to think of unconventional modes where theoretically, while the model is wrong, practically it might work. For instance, theoretically, a legislator at the state level should have no role in the local governments. But I think that's no longer feasible. I would say, allow them to contest and become local government leaders. Instead of illegitimate exercise of power, informal exercise of power, let them have legitimate power and accountability. And now they will be our allies in the fight for local governments and decentralization rather than enemies who feel the competition and threat. So by such judicious means, and the third mechanism is the constitutional rigidity does not apply to district planning committees and metropolitan planning committees because the design itself is faulty. This rural, urban, local government separated at the federated level is a stupid idea. Because we had hardly any towns, we started with Zilla Parishad and municipalities, but now it makes no sense. In order to coordinate, we created district planning committee and metropolitan planning committee. Luckily, the constitution makers left the structure undefined. Now, if I were to do it as a skillful chief minister, for instance, if I have the will, I would make district planning committee and metropolitan planning committee all powerful. I will design it the way I think suits my state the best. So we have to look around this because the constitutional engineering is no longer feasible, is my judgment. So these are the three approaches we should seriously consider.
Thank you. Next question. Yes, Dr. Rumki Basu, please. Yeah.
Sir, just a few pointed questions based on what you have said right now. You said something about educational and health sector outcomes both being abysmal. I wonder why, despite privatization, which has happened in a big way in the school sector and in the health sector as well, what is the answer to better outcomes? I'd like to know. That's one question. The second, you said something about outstanding individual innovations in India, but no replication across the country. Who would do the replications? Who would record it in some kind of archives of best practices of innovations, which other states of India can do? Let's say an institution like DRPG or ASCII or the NITI Aayog. Don't you think there are enough best practices emanating from, at least on individual and institutional capacities from the 28 states of India who can emulate each other in these sectoral areas, provided they are archived somewhere, written out somewhere, or recorded somewhere? Who would do this work? That's something I wish to know. And Professor Roberts, Alistair Roberts, yes, there you are. I'm curious to know, in this centralization versus decentralization debate that you have triggered off in your current work, what would you say about India and China and their overall administrative outcomes, given that, China is a one-party state and India is a multi-party democracy? If we have fallen back, and today there was a discussion on where India and China started 15 years back and where are we now? And is it fair to look at India's outcomes and China's on a competitive mode? And you started by saying that let's not look at Denmark and India. It's like comparing oranges with apples. That's my statement on this. But if you look at all world rankings, whether it's administrative rankings or human development rankings, you will find the top ranks going to countries like Sweden, Finland, Denmark. Is it fair to even place India in these rankings at all? Because they're simply, you can't compare the incomparables. What's your take on that, Professor Roberts?
I will be very brief. They're very complex questions and so much to discuss, but let me be as brief as possible. Education, you're right. I also mentioned private sector education has not been much better, school education. Marginally better, but marginally. Not because private sector is a bad idea. I am all in favor of vouchers, competition, choice, everywhere feasible. But that does not solve the problem without really changing the framework in which education at the school level operates. I limit my comments to school education, though education at higher level also failed as spectacularly as school education. I have no doubt about it. If some people are flourishing, those in this room, they're despite the system, not because of the system. But let me leave that aside. What is the framework? Let me go back very briefly to my generation. I left school at the age of 13, some 56 years ago. School as 10th grade. I can guarantee you, in large parts of this state, the then Andhra Pradesh, despite very low resources, very poor infrastructure, education was outstanding. What was the reason? There are two things essential. One, there was regular, periodic, sensible examination and evaluation and assessment. And examination had consequences. And therefore, there is an incentive now. Because India is a country where the demand for education is phenomenal. Everybody, the poorest to the richest family, upper caste and lower caste, rich and poor, urban, rural, they all want their children to do well. That's how we all live for our children and die for our children. If there's one thing Indian across caste, region, religion, language, it is, I think, this phenomenon, that we live and die for our children. But the supply is disastrous because you haven't measured success. You haven't defined success well. In those days, success was defined reasonably well. I'm not saying it was great. Reasonably well. Assessed reasonably well and honestly. Therefore, the system found answers. The second is, at least in my state, the local government was all powerful. The intermediate panchayat, now we call a block or panchayat samiti then, and Zilla Parishad, they really were hands-on in charge of the schooling system. And therefore, the political pressure and the exercise of power was all centered around improving the quality of educational outcomes to satisfy the people, because there was a nationalist urge and there is a public pressure. Now, both were reversed by governments foolishly. First, one government provincialized the teachers. Basically, they took the teachers outside the local governments. Though notionally they're still with the local governments, schools are still named after local governments. In reality, the local governments had zero role in school management. Local accountability is completely gone. Voice is gone. The second thing that happened is, one bright government said examinations don't matter. Everybody is promoted automatically, no matter what you learn or don't learn. That there should be stress-free examinations, that's a different matter. But there should be no measurement of outcome, and we pretend that we have outcomes. We only have a 10th grade examination where everybody will flunk. Because you can't afford them to flunk, you'll have mass copying. That is the progression. Or rote learning, a combination. Now we have 99% passes in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh in 10th class, with 10% or 15% actually having the grade level accomplishment. Everybody knows. The statistics time and again show that. So we have to reverse these processes. To start with, have a sensible, stress-free, concept-based, application-based examination system which has consequences. I am betting all the players in the system, the parents, the kids, the teachers, the management, they will all reorient themselves because they all want success. Only thing is, right now also they are fighting for success. Unset examination, Andhra Pradesh. I mean, coaching institutions, this, that, no. Let's not go into details of what's happening. Some of them are ugly, but basically everybody is fighting for success. A rank in that wretched examination is success. They are trying to achieve that. If that success is redefined, it's because of genuine learning levels, which has consequences in terms of skill promotion and ability to navigate a complex world. I guarantee you, somehow, all these players will figure out a solution. The second is, as far as practicable, bring back the parents and the local community into the school management. That's going to be hard. Even if it happens, it's not going to improve overnight because we messed up already. Local politics has become so utterly banal and dysfunctional that will not solve this, though I'm a great advocate of decentralization. So that will take time. You must have a lot of patience. A generation or two will be needed because we already lost 70, 80 years of time in 1 year or 5 years, you're not going to improve the quality of local governments, even if you empower them. That's a caution, because all of us talked about decentralization. If tomorrow genuinely, God appears and says, I'll decentralize power, I assure you, it will take at least 10, 15 years for local governments to find their footing and start delivering. Because the culture of corruption, money power in politics, and abuse of power has become so endemic, it is also integrally going to be part of local governments. Then if you say local governments, see, they failed, I told you, that doesn't help. I want to caution on record. So it's going to be a complex one. The last one, best practices replication. I think we are poor at institutionalization. There are umpteen examples, I think we are all familiar, so I don't want to go into details. If only we, instead of lionizing the individuals, we love heroes. We put them on a pedestal, give a garland, give them awards and all that. We forget the lessons. A nation that depends on heroes is a sad nation. Let me repeat, a nation that depends on heroes is a sad nation. A society that depends on heroes is a sad society. A society's ultimate greatness depends on the average, not a few great people. So celebrating a few isolated, limited successes as if they are the world's greatest successes is a stupid idea. Yes, let's be inspired by them, but let's replicate. That requires institutionalization. What is institutionalization? It is creating a framework across the board, altering the incentives, innovating based on the best practices in your own society and culture in the past and elsewhere, and then measuring the outcomes properly. Because you altered the incentives and you set the goal properly, the behavior will be altered, outcomes will be altered. There is no magic to it. Now, instead of doing that, we depend on a few charismatic leaders. Now, charismatic and capable leadership is an extraordinarily rare virtue. That resource is very precious. Don't replicate, you can't replicate. That's why, while Mahatma Gandhi was an extraordinary man, his notion that if only a few thousand youngsters go on to the villages and then give their life and it will transform the country, it will not. It simply will not. That's not a meaningful model. That's not a sustainable model. You cannot depend on Anna Hazare to improve a village. You have to build a framework in which the best practices are integrated in the system design itself. That we have spectacularly failed in general.
I think Mr. Rosso, Dr. Rosso has another meeting, so I would like to thank him for his wonderful presentation and for making time to deliver his talk. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I will say too, on the question on best practices, let me just mention that NITI does have a new part of their site, NITI for States. They've got a fantastic compilation of a lot of local interventions across a range of areas that have worked out well, policies that states have adopted and such. So I will say there is, doesn't get as much attention as it probably should, but NITI's trying to do exactly that because there's so many great things happening across India that other jurisdictions don't know about. So let me just drop with that. One of my favorite places to go to on a very terrific question. But thanks for having me to my friends at ASCII. Vikram, great to see you out in the audience there. Stuti, so many good friends. Thanks.
Yeah. Continuing with the, I think Mr. Roberts, Professor Roberts would like to.
Yes, just very quickly. Rumki, thanks very much for the question. It's wonderful to see you, even if only through Zoom. Three very quick points. First, yes, you're right. It's not fair to compare India to Scandinavian countries. It's apples and oranges. The second is that just looking at India versus China, it is true that China is more centralized, and it also seems to do better in some performance indicators. But as you flagged, Chinese leaders have tools for dealing with a couple of problems of centralization that democratic liberal democracies simply don't want to touch. Because they're an authoritarian system, they know how to crack down on what they call factionalism at the center that deals with the problem of gridlock, and they've got tools for imposing discipline on the bureaucratic structure that are not available in liberal democracies. So the predicament for liberal democracies is simply that we deliberately have a more limited tool set for dealing with some of the problems with centralization. And for that reason, I think that decentralization is in some instances the better way to go. I just want to flag finally one paradox when we're talking about local government panchayati Raj reforms in India. The paradox is we're talking about centralized approaches to the problem of decentralization. You know, we're confronted with a policy problem, and the policy problem is what's the right way to construct local governments, and what's the right relationship between local and state governments? And we don't quite know what the answer to that question is. You know, that's exactly the sort of domain in which you would think policy experimentation and variation would be a good idea. But because the question of the role and authority of local governments is being decided by the center, you're sort of precluding the possibility for variation and experimentation. And it's worth noting that, you know, if you look at the European Union, which is another big supersized system, not as big as India, Brussels has no role in deciding what the shape of local government will be. If you look at the United States, Washington has no role in deciding what the shape and role of local government will be. Even if you look at my own country of Canada, which is a federation much smaller in population, Ottawa, the central government, has no role in deciding what the shape or role of local government would be. This is all left to in the EU member states or in the United States states or in Canada provinces. So, you know, maybe one solution for the question of how do we figure out the right way to do local government in India is for central government to back out and leave the question to the states.
Next question, please. Yep. Gentleman to the right. Yep.
This question is to
Please identify yourself. Yeah.
This is Dr. Jeevan Kumar. I teach public administration in Maulana Azad National Urdu University. This question is to Stuti Madam. You are talking about principal agent problem, right? So in the data that you have provided, you did not touch upon what was the response of these political executive towards these frontliners. You are putting more focus on the responsibility of ANMs. I connect this to a very recent point. I come from a village in Andhra Pradesh. So recently there were floods. The bridge that is supposed to be crossed within 10 seconds. So it takes 17 kilometers to reach to the destination. When we asked the political executive, please construct this bridge because it takes a lot of time and we are submerged Indian. And then in such kind of situations, how do we put this principal agent problem and how do we fix that? And what would we take on this? So you can make a similarities or contrast. How do you fix the problem?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think the proposal we made to the Bihar government with the ideas based on the local context and the rich data in the survey was what I had put up in my slides. That the overarching framework is already there. There is a state bureaucracy that is supposed to handle things like the bridge that you mentioned. And in the public health case, there's a state bureaucracy that has a policy framework, and different agents are tasked with different ways of implementing it. The principal agent framework provides an answer to the question that Dr. Narayan is raising about institutionalizing things, which depends upon the motivations of thousands of individuals in their day-to-day work in the system. And the contribution of the new economic research and the research we did in Bihar is that there is a role for to experiment with two things: greater autonomy. So remember the evidence on how people said, irrespective of their efforts, the system will not allow outcomes to improve, when people said they have to take permission for every little thing. So greater trust and autonomy in the frontline staff along with, of course, the training and equipping them properly, which is already in place in the overall structure of the bureaucracy. What is missing is this trust and empowerment of the frontline staff, along with these communication campaigns to shift their motivations, to bring in norms of performance. And the example of how this was done in the case of Ceará in Brazil. So I think your question was about the local political executive, if I understand it correctly. So in our study in Bihar, we did not have any opportunity to examine what the local elected government was actually doing. What we are trying to show, and what we actually have evidence for in Uganda, is that these local leaders, whether or not any other institutional change happens, whether or not they receive greater resources or powers, they are already there. They live in these communities and they play informal roles in how they shape the working environment of these frontline providers. And they can play these informal roles in ways that hinder the work of frontline providers. As we heard instances of bullying them or trying to pressure them for a share in whatever limited resources reach the health center, or they can play a constructive role of encouraging them, helping them in their work. And the Uganda evidence showed that the quality of these locally elected politicians mattered econometrically. It showed up statistically significant in our large sample analysis. So I think that's my response to the question. And I just had one response to the previous discussion on political will and the role of urban governments. I wanted to raise the historical examples of the progressive era in the United States in the turn into the 1900s, and political reforms in the United Kingdom post-industrial revolution in the mid-1800s, which we discuss in a report we have of the research department called Making Politics Work for Development, which gets at this question of political will. And both the progressive era and the United Kingdom reforms, political reforms in the mid-1800s, were originated in the need for urban public goods. As industrialization happened and cities were, hotbeds of disease and poor hygiene, and all elements in society, including the elites and the business interests, as in the progressive era in the United States, needed urban public goods. And that need for urban public goods created a movement for professionalizing bureaucracy, removing undue political interference in the bureaucracy, and decentralization to urban local governments to effectively deliver services. So the demand from the people was give us services. When you put the problem to the principal, the central or the state government, okay, the people are asking you to improve services. How do they do it? So we have examples from China, from glasnost and perestroika in the ex-USSR, and what you hear reform leaders talk in places like Indonesia, that if you want to improve services, there is no getting around harnessing the energies and efforts of local actors who already live there. So in one sense, the rationale for the political will is if you want to deliver, you have to rely on these local actors, and you can do it effectively or you can do it in this circumlocuting way, which doesn't allow you to deliver results. Thank you.
Sir, I think it's been a wonderful and lively session, and it's my pleasant duty to thank the speakers. My thanks to Jayaprakash Narayan Garu, who has kindly spared his time, come over. He has just come back from the US, maybe some jet lag issues too, but he agreed to come over, and many thanks, sir. Many thanks for coming over. My thanks to Dr. Shruti Khimani and Professor Alistair Roberts for making time for us and interacting with us. This is, in a sense, a first of a series of conversations which we would like to have later on thematic areas. And we would like this to be a forum on which conversations on state capacity and what India needs to do takes root. There's a center of excellence being built around it. So my thanks to both of you for joining from the US online. Maybe soon we will be having the pleasure of having you here in Hyderabad physically too, right? So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We join tomorrow morning sharp at 9:30 with Mr. Land Pritchett giving his presentation. So please join us at 9:30 and
My camera place was off today. You say hello to so you just drop me, okay, man. Okay,